All right, it says I'm live. Um, Hopefully everyone can hear me. Hopefully everything's going well. My computer's fan is on, so hopefully it'll calm down in a minute. I'm just gonna read some more of this book. The book, Secret Commonwealth of Elves, Fauns, and Fairies. Started a while ago, and then I was just reading through it, and I was only reading the intro, so I think this is where it begins, and I can get into it. So anyone welcome to listen. I'll throw the link in a little bit. I might read a little bit first and then see what happens. Looks like it starts off with a bunch of scripture. I think I started to read it before, and then I can't remember if something happened or if it glitched up. I feel like I never started. Maybe if I'm repeating myself, I apologize. So I'll probably do that, and then I have an egg here. After I'm done reading, I'll probably eat this perfectly cooked egg. Check that out. I'm gonna do this. Jacob's in here already. What's up? Oh man.
I was thinking about doing a just chatting stream, and then you started streaming.
Something else is going on. Do you want me to end this?
No.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna read this book, but I can put that off. Let's change the title.
What is this book?
The Secret. Were you not listening to my? No, this it's this old. It's from like the 1800s. It's called The Secret Commonwealth of Elves, Fauns, and Fairies by Robert Kirk.
Sounds pagan.
It does, but it's actually quite Christian, as far as I know.
Are you sure about that?
I think so. It's supposed to be like a metaphysics of fairyland, but I can put it off. We can. I did title. I don't know if we can change the title.
If you want to teach witchcraft on my channel, I want to know what exactly the demonic.
All right, you're here to. You can comment on it as we go. Let me put the. Do you want? Should I put the link in there in the chat?
Sure.
Just see if anyone else wants to hop in. Okay, I'll throw that in there too, and anyone else can join.
Okay, now I have to look this book up and see who the.
Well, supposedly he's trapped in fairyland because his friend failed to throw the knife over his head when he appeared at his nephew's baptism or something like that. So now he's lost to fairyland forever. So.
Who is this Robert Kirk guy?
Robert Kirk III, I believe. Robertus Kirk. Yeah, I'll start reading while you look him up. All right, The Secret Commonwealth of Elves, Fauns, and Fairies, an essay of the nature and actions of the subterranean and, for the most part, invisible people, heretofore going under the name of elves, fauns, and fairies, or the like, among the Low Country Scots, as they are described by those who have the second sight, and now, to occasion further inquiry, collected and compared by a circumspect inquirer residing among the Scottish Irish in Scotland. Cool Kid Kirk's here. Awesome. I can add. I'll add him in. Let's see. All right. So all these words: the Secret Commonwealth, or a treatise displaying the chief curiosities as they are in use among the diverse people of Scotland to this day, singularities for the most part peculiar to that nation, a subject not heretofore discoursed of by any of our writers, and yet ventured on in an essay to suppress the impudent and growing atheism of this age, and to satisfy the desire of some choice friends. Then it starts with scripture. See, this might be Christian. I don't know if this would be, Jewish for sure. Then a spirit passed before my face. The hair of my flesh stood up. It stood still, but I could not discern the form thereof. An image was before mine eyes. Job 4:15-16. This is a rebellious people, which say to the seers, see not, and to the prophets, prophesy not unto us right things, but smooth things. Isaiah 30:9-10. And the man whose eyes were open hath said, Numbers 24:15. For now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. 1 Corinthians 13:12. It doth not yet appear what we shall be, but we shall be like God, and see him as he is. 1 John 3:2. Shall the dead be born under the waters, and the inhabitants thereof? Job 26:5. It's chapter 1. Should I keep going, or do you want to comment on those? Some of your...
I have no idea what you just said. I'm trying to read the biography of him at the same time as we're speaking.
Could you link that in the chat?
The biography?
Sure. I might put it up in my own time.
I don't know if there's a PDF version of this book, actually. There probably is somewhere. but I've ordered other copies and it's very archaic. It's written like extremely old English or whatever. But this one I have isn't too bad. But
I'm just reading the Wikipedia article on it.
okay, well I'll get your. You
Don't
can
be
tell me
like
about that
that.
after I'm done. I'll read this first chapter, then we can, or maybe not the whole first chapter, but I'll see.
So what's the full title of this?
The Secret Commonwealth of Elves, Fauns, and Fairies. Should I
Yeah,
continue?
I think I'll check out the Wikipedia article in my free time.
A different. All right. Chapter 1 of the Subterranean Inhabitants. The Siths, or Fairies, as the Slaymaith, no, they call Slaymaith, or the good people, it would seem, to prevent the dint of their ill attempts, for the Irish used to bless all they fear harm of, and are said to be of a middle nature betwixt man and angel, as were daemons thought to be of old, of intelligent, studious spirits, and light changeable bodies, like those called astral, somewhat of the nature of a condensed cloud, and best seen in twilight. These bodies be so pliable, thorough, and subtly of the spirits that agitate them, and they can make them appear or disappear at pleasure. Some have bodies or vehicles so spongious, thin, and delicate that they are fed by only sucking into some fine spirituous liquors that pierce like pure air and oil. Others feed more gross on the poison or substance of corns and liquors, or corn itself that grows on the surface of the earth, which these fairies steal away, partly invisible, partly preying on the grain, as do crows and mice. Wherefore, in this same age, they are sometimes heard to bake bread, strike hammers, and do such like services within the little hillocks they most haunt. Some whereof of old, before the gospel dispelled paganism, and in some barbarous places as yet, enter houses after all are at rest, and set the kitchens in order, cleansing all the vessels. Such dregs go under the name of brownies. When we have plenty, they have scarcity at their homes, and on the contrary, for they are empowered to catch as much prey everywhere as they please. Their robberies notwithstanding ofttimes occasion great ricks of corn not to bleed so well, as they call it, or prove so copious by very far as was expected by the owner. Their bodies of congealed air are sometimes carried aloft, other whiles grovel in different shapes, and enter into any cranny or cleft of the earth, where air enters, to their ordinary dwellings, the earth being full of cavities and cells, and there being no place nor creature but is supposed to have other animals, greater or lesser, living in or upon it as inhabitants, and no such thing as the pure wilderness in the whole universe. I don't know what I just read. We then, the more
I
terrestrial
have
kind.
no idea why you find this compelling.
I'm reading it. I find it compelling, I guess. I mean, I haven't read it in years. I gotta keep reading.
Why did
What?
you read it years ago?
Because I can't remember where I first heard of it. I heard of it somewhere, and it was described as a metaphysics of fairyland. And so I thought, well, I'll just grab a copy. And it's very thin and very short. So I just read it when I was out walking one day, and I thought it was really compelling. It was the way these ideas are described makes a lot more sense to me than how I've heard it otherwise. Because usually it's always just this is real or this isn't real. This is just like people just laugh and scoff at it and throw it out, or people like fully believe in it. But this seemed to kind of try to bridge that gap.
Well, did you read about his death?
Where he dies on a fairy hill?
Yeah.
Yeah, right? I know. Isn't that so cool?
No,
crazy.
It's not cool at all. I would not at all be cool with being murdered by demons.
On a fairy. Yeah, that's a good way to say it, I guess. And then he's trapped in fairyland. Yeah. And it says something like his ghost will appear at his like nephew's christening, and his friend has to throw a knife over his head. And if his friend doesn't throw the knife, then he'll be lost to fairyland forever. And then his friend doesn't throw the knife, and so he might not be dead. He's just stuck in fairyland.
That sounds good to you?
Robert, no, it doesn't. That doesn't sound good. But
So like why would you want to be reading this book?
Killed by. I can do it. Should I stop streaming to your channel and just do it to my
You
channel?
can stream it. Like, I'm just wondering
The disclaimer.
why you would decide to like. I'm just wondering. I'm asking serious questions about your relationship with demons.
With demons.
Well, Hermione-
Daemons. It calls them daemons. Daemons. No, it draws a weird connection between all these, like there's fairyland spirits and the people of peace. It calls them like your ancestors and things like that, and ghosts and all those things. So it's kind of not necessarily. It's not saying they're all the same thing, but it'll kind of draw like those ideas together and how we think of the spiritual realm and things like that. Like I said in the beginning, it was kind of a which is kind of weird to write it so long ago. And I think it was like from the 1600s is when this was written. And I think it said it was an argument against atheism or something like that. The growing atheism that was happening. I don't know.
Well, to my understanding, within Judaism, there is like shading. There is demons, but fairies and dwarves, at least in a traditional understanding in the Western canon, aren't exactly real.
Let's see what Hezzy has to say.
Why am I reading? Hezzy, what's up?
Oh, Hezzy?
I don't know. What were you saying, Kirk?
Hezzy?
I don't know. I hope there's not. Yeah, I don't know. You added him, not me. Everybody, close your eyes.
No, it's me.
Okay, all right.
But I'm naked.
You're naked?
But I'm naked.
I'm just trying to protect my head. I don't know why it's not. That bothers me.
Yeah, so what is in Jewish theology, what do you guys think about all that stuff about fairies? Because I mean, Muslims that believe in jinn and all that stuff.
There are definitely spiritual beings which exist and are spiritual and they're beings. It's just, if I'm going to learn about the spirit world, I am going to learn it from somebody who I have some degree of trust in, like somebody who lived a righteous and good life. And, I could believe that when he tells me about spiritual things, it's good stuff as opposed to stuff that will help my soul find its way onto a fairy hill for eternity.
Where you get killed by demons on a fairy hill. Yeah. Good point taken. I understand. Yeah.
Like, I'm like, who is this guy, and why should I feel in any way like indebted? Like, I feel the same way about Dante. Really?
You don't. You feel like Dante was killed on a fairy hill, or what? Or you don't want to believe?
No, I don't care. So, did you see this book?
No. What is that? Through the Fire. A Pilgrimage of Poetry
by Nolan Watson.
No, what is that? Say more about it. What is it?
I've heard the name, but I'm pretty sure I've heard the name, but I don't know the specific book.
Nolan is one of the old school members of this little corner, and
okay.
Yeah, he wrote a book of poetry, and it's based on Dante, so I don't get it.
So I get it.
See, some people actually know Nolan. The old school randos know Nolan.
When is this happening? I don't even see the comments, and why aren't they popping up here?
Why aren't they?
Oh, now they're there. Yeah, it wasn't showing me any comments till just now.
What time is it for Hezzy?
Yeah, Hezzy, what time
is it? Like 4 a.m.
It is 12:30. However, in the next 12 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours, there's supposed to be an attack. So I'm
by
just
Iranians
waiting.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
I forgot my silly whatchamacallit.
I can't really get much work done when, like, I mean, whatever. It's quite surreal.
Well, do you
but
think
I don't want to bum us out.
Well, do you think because of Hania, the Iranians actually will scale this up too?
Yes.
I think there's no reason to be afraid or worried. I don't see Iran doing any more damage than they did last time, which one
Not
poor
about Iran.
Bedouin girl, as far as I know, is still in the hospital.
It's not about Iran. It's about Iran and Hezbollah.
What's Hezbollah going to do that they haven't been trying to do since then? Like,
they haven't. I'll tell you what they did. They've shot almost none of their ballistic missiles.
that's a good thing.
Correct, but this would be the reason to do so. I can tell you that in Israel, at least, they sent to everyone, where they could collect water if water infrastructure is hit, or where they could connect to generators. So I'll mention on a different note that as far as demons go, so obviously in the Talmud, and as far as like the Kabbalists are concerned, there are such things as demons. Usually people say that Maimonides, the rationalist, did not believe in demons, and he could be quoted saying similar things. However, he's also quoted talking about creations that look like humans but don't have souls. And people have alluded that like that's what he means by demons on his end, basically. So he's not talking about someone that has like horns, or the Talmud talks about like a ball that has like a leg on, like it's sort of, there's one leg on its head and one leg on its base, and it can sort of like flip, and it's made full of eyes. It's called Ziz Shaddai, I think, or is that a big bird? I can't remember. And there's one, there's different shapes to them, but that's not what Maimonides' takes would be. And obviously we've spoken about some of these stories about the demons, and how they work, and if they stem, if they originate with Adam's relation with Lilith. Again, like you could look at that from like a symbolic point of view. You could look at that from like a some sort of metaphysical understanding what that means, but obviously like it's very hard to understand these concepts. Do we want to say that these are just like versions of like evil manifest in a certain sense? And to that, a response to, let's say, witchcraft, there is a saying, "Ein od milvado," there is none but him, in reference to God. And they say that Rabbi Hananel, a rabbi in the Talmud, that was his, I don't know what the exact terminology in English, but let's say counter curse or counter spell, I guess, but against witchcraft would be if you would say that to any spell that someone would cast on you, that automatically recognizes that even the witchcraft itself must stem from God. And once you realize that, the witchcraft or like the evil power loses its control over you, because in a certain sense, like you've gone to a more meta space where you see even the core of the well, it's sort of, if you want to think about it in this novel movie, it's Neo dodging the bullets, or not needing to dodge the bullet, just stopping the bullets, right? Because he completely sees the code, and then a bullet and shot at someone would be considered, let's say, a manipulation of that code to do evil. In a sense, that could be stopped because he could fully see and understand it.
So I have a question. You mentioned demons and stuff, and I know we've talked about different demons before and different things like that. Is there a categories for like neutral spirits, or even so, like there's like, I know fairies aren't normally good, but they're usually fine unless you mess with them, is my understanding of them. They're not quite like nature spirits. How I would think of them would maybe be like stewards over different natures, like different categories of nature, but they seem to be somewhat neutral. I don't know that jinn are. I feel like jinn are kind of the same way. Like they're just there, but don't make a deal with them, or you'll really end up screwing yourself, type thing. Is that in? Do you guys have categories like that, or is it all just demons?
Sorry, go ahead, Jacob.
I would say the Jewish concept of angel and demon is not as binary as a lot of the way a lot of Christians think about it. Like Satan is one of the angels, right?
Yeah.
So like it's just not that binary.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, so two comments. One on the binary thing, one on your first comment. Can they be sort of neutral? So there's definitely stories where the demons are beneficial or helpful to, like, for example, Moses is taught by Satan himself how to, according to the Midrash, how to use incense to stop one of the diseases, one of the plagues during the desert. That's like a move that he learns from him. And when he was in well, I guess Satan would be different than demons. We'll get back to that. But just as far as that, when he's on Sinai, or when he's between the planes, right? When he's studying and receiving the Torah. So it said that every angel had to go by Moses and teach him a secret. So that was the Satan's secret, was like, how do you prevent death in that sense, is use the instance, basically. But there are stories where demons ultimately need to end up helping the guy they were coming out against, or like the jinn, they offer some sort of knowledge, but like it comes with, like, like strings attached, so to speak.
Yeah.
And you are told to avoid certain places where demons are, not necessarily the demons are coming after you. Now we are told that there are, thousands of demons to your right and thousands of demons to your left at all times. And in a certain sense, these are all potential waiting to happen, right? So you have like this evil potential around you. And by choosing certain things, these quote unquote demons or realities or consequences could end up affecting you. And there are things that you could do for your benefit and for your good, and that could affect you as well. Now, in the Talmud gives this certain recipe of how to see these demons, right? So one is like, you have to, one is taking, I think it's like a third generation, firstborn, all black cat. And then you burn the
You leave Shadow
placenta.
alone.
You burn the placenta, you grind it down, you put it like inside some sort of vessel, and like you look through it. But I could be off on that recipe, by the way. It's been years, not since I tried it, but since I've read about it. So
I
don't
think
quote.
you spread the ashes around your bed.
Spread the ashes around the bed is to see the footprints of the chicken. That's a different technique, though. That's not to see them.
The ashes of the cat placenta.
Well, no, not the ashes of the cat. Well, you know what? At this point, like it's not above my pay grade, but I don't know this. I don't remember, at least, but I'm sure you could check it out fairly quickly. So in that sense, it would be neutral because they're not affecting you at all times, right? Like only if you allow yourself to be in a situation where like you're like in their layer, so to speak, or you're exposed to this. For example, um, uh, when a new baby's born, right? So before it has its circumcision, right? All the little children of the household, or the cousins, whatever, go into the baby's room, to the newborn's room, and they give him a blessing, the blessing that Jacob's blessing. And the reason is because at night the baby's still not circumcised, and he's exposed to Lilith, and that's why the other children give a blessing to protect the child from this. Um, now there's people that rationalize this and says like, oh, well, like, this is really talking about bacteria, and this is talking like if you go into a dark cave, you're going to get sick. So that's what it is. Or if you have like 1,000 germs around you. So that's what, the rabbis were talking about. I mean, if you want to, put yourself to bed with that, it's fine. But like, that's not really what, like, floats my boat as far
And,
as that's concerned.
and out of curiosity, when it comes to these demons, so you're saying, Jacob, that it's not as binary as Christians see it. Like a demon can be a good force, and an angel can be a force for good or bad.
I mean, what you consider a demon and what you consider an angel, like Christians have this idea: this is a demon, this is an angel, and that these two things are so categorically different that like they're two different things, and it's like that's not how Judaism views spiritual creations.
I
I
understand.
would,
That
I,
makes
I would,
sense.
I would stress, Kirk, that, and Jacob or Jason, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say one of the big differences is that ultimately in the divine council, right, or Satan, like Jacob said, Satan is an angel, and all evil ultimately, like it stems from the good, right? Obviously, it's hard for us to understand these things, but even the very fringe stories within Orthodoxy of fallen angels like Chem Shazai and Azazel, and this is already like towards like the Book of Enoch and in the Apocrypha, but also there's some remnants of it still in Judaism. Definitely, the Kabbalists were playing with Enoch a lot, but the idea that these two fell and were corrupted, and all the way to the fact that like the scapegoat is offered to Azazel in the desert. This is still all part of Judaism, still focusing on the fact that you could only do so because it all stems back to God. Like the only time you could even approach Azazel is because God is telling you to do so. So even like recognition of anything that was quote unquote fallen is only through God's works and God's demand. So there is nothing like a rebellion or like Satan coming and opposing God, so to speak. So even the demons that could affect you negatively, like I said, that's because you put yourself in a situation which in a certain sense is already an element of free will, so to speak, which is like you've put yourself in the situation where like this is what's going to happen, and the fact that part of the fact that there is the retraction of God from Earth, from space, from our reality, that allows for things like negative interactions to occur, and we humans call them evil, and we have our own emotions and how we deal with these things, of course. But so
I
just
I
stress
understand.
that.
And out of curiosity, are there any references in the Tanakh to Lilith, or is it only in the Talmud?
There is, I mean, no, not directly. It's in the Talmud, but it's references from like Tanakh that they read out of certain verses.
I'm saying, is the name Lilith brought up in the Tanakh?
I don't think so, but Jacob, I think, is near a computer. If he wants, he could just
Not that I
I'm
know of.
pretty
Not that I
sure
remember.
no, but
Lilith. Not that I know of.
The only Jewish Lilith I know is the woman who played in Cheers,
yeah, nobody names their kid Lilith.
there's
except for
some
that,
strange
except for Lilith Crane. But other than that,
No one
there are
names their
some
kid Lilith.
strange names in Israel, like Nimrod.
Okay, well, yeah, people who name their kid Nimrod, like,
There's two shoe stores in Israel called Nimrod and Caligula, so that makes, I guess, more sense. Something you want to stomp on.
oh wow,
Well,
so Isaiah 34:12.
yeah,
Okay.
that's where it is.
No, but 1 second. But it doesn't. So okay, read the verse. Sorry.
The 19th.
ופגשו ציים את איים ושעיר על רעהו יקרא אך שם הרגיעה לילית ומצאה לה מנוח.
What's Rashi's interpretation there? First of all, just to clarify, also, this is not in the 5 books, right? You're finding this towards the end over here, as far as like a reference. But I mean, like, I guess you would ask if you're seeing this like in Genesis in any sense, because like this is where the story's going down, right?
I mean, anywhere I said Tanakh, not Torah.
Sure. But do you see what Rashi says there, Jacob?
I have to look up Rashi.
Sorry. You don't have to do this right now. We could keep on talking about demons or fairies. I'm just
We are talking about demons and fairies.
That's true.
I like talking about Lilith. Lilith is good.
You don't have to say her name so many times.
Does she
Okay.
appear?
She could.
Oh my gosh.
Commentary, Rashi.
She's already here, man. She's already here.
Shem Sheda. It is
Wild
the name of a
creature.
female demon.
Interesting, because like Rashi is like Mr. Shot, right? The wild creature of the desert also the jackal, the scope, so he shall cry to his fellow. 20 owl also shall rest there and find for herself a place of rest.
Ibn Ezra says, Ha'of she'yof balayla.
Right, that's also the translation over here. This is like just a bird that's flying at the night. And my point only then would be, so there was no really reference of it. So then the question is like, right, like, you know, is this really the only reference? Or like, you know, as far as the Talmud, is the Talmud referencing this as well? Like, I would then I would be interested to see if the Mefarshim that speak about Lilith with regards to her being Adam's wife, where are they getting the word Lilith from? Are they getting this from this source as well?
This first of all, did I pull this up? I did, yeah. So this is the Avarva now. Upakshut si'im et i'im, רוצה לומר מיני חיות רעות שונות זו מזו, ושעיר אל רעהו יקרא, והוא כינוי לשדים, מלשון ולא יזבחו עוד את זבחיהם לשעירים. וכן אך שם הרגיע לילית, ומצא לה מנוח, שהיא השדה הנקראת בדברי חז"ל לילית, וכן, what's that ראשי תיבות?
I don't see that. I just still see the
Chaftet. It's on the right side. The Chaftet Yonatan.
Oh, I see it.
Velilim. I don't know what that ראשי תיבות is.
Okay,
על שדה ושדות. וגם זה היה מידה כנגד כי במקום שבצרה היא רומי, הייתה קדושת אלוהי אדום ועצביהם. הגיע המקום שדים ורוחות. ויש מפרשים ושעיר על רעהו יקרא שהם השעירים הבהמיים הנולדים במדברות, והלילית היא עוף צועק בלילה. You want to translate that?
Okay, so the end portion, which is the simplest portion, which is just like it's a certain bird that cries out at night, it's talking about.
There are people who say that, but
correct.
That's not.
But his main interpretation, V'chen Tomar, Yonatan Sirin Galit does this or that. Okay, V'shem Galilit. So it says that this is the name of evil minei chayot ra'ot. Bad animals, but it doesn't mean like an animal. It means
bad beings.
Bad beings, exactly. Chayot, like chayim, like life. So bad life forces. And this Lilith also, which is also this is Lilith in reference to the Lilith that our rabbis of sages have spoken about. Lilith, i.e., Adam's Lilith. And it's talking about in reference in context of condoning people giving offerings to these different demons, so to speak, or different entities. And then there's also interpretation over here that some see this also as an equivalent to Rome, which in our by our sages is seen many times. Rome is also seen as Edom, as Esau, many times also as Christianity. In different versions.
Rome is seen as Edom, as seen as Christianity.
Correct.
Okay.
Let's see what the Malbim says.
There's also a reconciliation there over there. If you there's the when the twins, when Jacob and Esau are in the womb, right? They're fighting around, right? Like the children are restless, and we discuss how she was told that she has two nations in her. And the two nations are Esau and Jacob, and it's seen also meaning Israel and Rome, and by Rome meaning Christianity in a certain sense. And where they cross paths again, where they could where there's a sense or a hint of reconciliation is with Judah the Prince and Marcus Aurelius, and they had a very close relationship. We call him Antoninus in the Talmud, but recognized as Marcus Aurelius. And that cross pollination and that relationship was supposed to show what will hopefully be in the end of times when the two brothers could reconcile.
So how? I'm sorry, I'm confused. I got a little lost. How did we get on to Rome and stuff like that? Jumping from Lilith. What was the leap there?
That was just one of the interpretations of when it talks about the who he's identifying as these false false entities. Some of them say it's talking about over here about Rome or Edom, meaning like who like basically followed a false path.
So is he
explaining
connecting
what's
Lilith
going on. He's
to Rome?
explaining what's going on in Isaiah 34.
Is
Right?
yeah.
So
Okay.
the verse says that there, the Lilith, whatever that is going to find its resting place.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
He's explaining that the demons find their resting place at
In Rome.
In Rome, yes.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense to me because Lilith, to my understanding, is just the virgin daughter of Babylon. Like she's harlot Babylon, like the feminine side of that, or something like that. So when Rome becomes that or takes on that Babylon spirit from the Bible, or any country, any civilization, then they would technically be Lilith.
What do you mean by the what like?
Well, Lilith eats her children, right, in order to stay young. I mean, right? Isn't that kind of
Right,
all the lore behind it?
Right. So I'm saying the devouring mother, or you could say like the Ouroboros, or the devastating portion of nature, right? So you could see like a bad relationship with man, so to speak, right? And Eve is supposed to be, right, ideally like a better, like a as we say, Ezer Kenegdo, a help against them, a potent processing where you could actually have a healthy relationship with nature, being like Mother Nature, Gaia, those kind of concepts.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, for sure. I'm not talking about just specifically nature, I guess, too, but yeah, just in
No,
relationship
but when you
to
say Horror
offspring.
Babylon, what does that mean?
Well, that means so like I mean, okay, to my understanding, it's just like the pattern that most religious structures follow. And this isn't like to throw stones at Judaism or anything, but like when in the Old Testament you have Jerusalem gets exalted and Solomon, and it's glorious kingdom. It's the kingdom that rules over all the earth. And then you see it fall into harlotry. And then it gets to this point where God even says like, you shed all this blood in your midst, and like you're having to stay the kingdom is having to kind of devour its own people in order to stay young and stuff like that. It kind of becomes a devouring mother. It's when the kingdom is so exalted, and it sees it's when I think of Babylon, I think of just kind of the kingdom of pride or self-exaltation, like how you have fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning. When that spirit that's described as the king of Babylon exalts himself above the stars of God. And so it says, I'm now sitting in the heavens looking down at God. And so it's that whole working spirit of pride, and like where I shouldn't say pride, I guess, but the self-seeking spirit that kind of becomes like a leech and has to devour off others in order to survive rather than give its own life in a loving way. It's like that is, to me, when it becomes harlot Babylon. And to me, that is the kind of same thing, or at least very similar to the spirit of Lilith. And that's why she dwells there. When you get that, I mean, because any kingdom like that is going to be eventually, that's living in that way, will be laid waste. And I mean, I'm not saying that I see that pattern in the scriptures, but I think that also Christianity followed that same pattern. When you guys mentioned Rome and everything like that, and even at times Roman Catholicism, you have the Crusades and all of that stuff. When a nation looks blessed and God blesses it, and then it gets exalted to the heavens, and then once it's there, it forgets that God exalted it, and it forgets that, what is that, Deuteronomy 8, like that it was God's righteousness and not its own righteousness. And then when it gets into that spirit, that's when you see Lilith start to be like, oh, she's actually real, like she's a real spirit that's like now living in the earth. And you see the night creature, the night owl, living there and feeding on the people in the barren wasteland. It's all like poetic imagery. I'm not quite sure how to get at it. That's just the best way I know how to describe it. But that's at least how it makes. I mean, that's how I think about it. I don't know.
I hear what you're saying. I actually have like a whole different view, but
Oh, I want to hear it.
why didn't I? Jacob opened up this whole beautiful thing for us. I see that he moved it away right now, but just like he had this whole talk
I'm
about
trying
like
to
where.
find out. One of the commentaries says that Yamim is written with a chaser yod. I was trying to see if he meant here in Isaiah 34 or he meant in Genesis. I couldn't find it.
Probably in Genesis, and
Where in Genesis? I couldn't find it. That's what I was trying to look up.
What is it?
So one of the commentaries is explaining that the word days is written in a peculiar way in the Hebrew, showing that it was not complete. And I think it was in Genesis, but I don't know which Yamim Chaser Yod there is in Genesis. So in Hebrew, you can write certain words with or without. There are 3 letters, which sometimes, and they're all letters that include the name that are from the Tetragrammaton, and so we sometimes try to understand that a word that's written without those letters in some way is indicating a lack of godliness.
Which 3 letters?
Yud, He, and Vav.
I see. And so basically when they're removed from a word that normally has it, it's basically saying it's less holy.
In a sense, yes. Christian.
Oh, I tried to.
We both tried to put you on at the same time. I can't find where this Yamim supposedly is. How are you doing, Christian?
Cool, I'm just hanging out.
How dare you hang out? It's a Jewish stream. We don't allow non-Jews here.
I wanted to hang out with my Jewish friends, so sue me.
Fine. Only if Jason says it's okay. He's the chief Gentile here.
Be careful. Be careful what you wish for. No, I'm just kidding. I was trying to talk about fairies, and now we're talking about Lilith. But I like talking about Lilith anyway. So, what can you do? So, Hezi, what was your before we get on to something else? What was your different view that you mentioned?
Oh, it wasn't. I was very much still connecting Lilith back to. Let's see, I sort of lost it right now, but back to the concept of nature and the fact that, like, Babylon, and the reason we're also sent out to Babylon again is, aside from also the infighting, but again the idol worship and the sense of seeing power in anything but God. But that also relates to also seeing power within yourself, right? And over exalting yourself, and so it also relates to what you were saying. But I had a bigger thought that has left me now.
Gotcha.
Sorry, Casey.
No, Christian, how are you doing? I don't think I've actually spoke to you yet.
Hey, man.
I've seen you around.
I've seen you around. I've seen you on Old Grail Country and stuff, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been hit or miss for me now getting in these streams, but yeah. So how have you been?
I'm good, dude. I'm good. I'm just had a little bit of time here, and I was like, saw an interesting conversation, and I was just like, and I kind of just wanted to hang out with some people.
You got any thoughts on fairies, elves, fauns, and the like?
I never thought about it really connecting to scripture. But I guess these images, they come from somewhere, these ideas come from somewhere. And had a great conversation with a guy today talking about how sacred script is like where, you know, basically all of our ideas come from. And he's in like in movies and stuff, or kind of in that world a little bit. So I think that was just, you know, we want to ignore that that's where they come from. And then, you know, great 20th century, you know, spiritual minds were pointing to that. I guess people like the famous Tolkien's and whatnot. But I guess is Lilith related to the George MacDonald stuff related to this?
Somewhat. George MacDonald, he wrote his own. It's entirely his own like fantasy story on it. But I think, in my opinion, I think he really understood.
Is that it,
well.
Jacob?
That's what I'm wondering. Genesis 36:24. Sorry,
one
guys.
second.
Right.
This is the only one I'm seeing that you ran through, because I'm obviously you could see many of me, but this is the only one I see missing the yud.
Yeah, it's
What's this
Genesis 36:24, but
Genesis 36:24. But I think George MacDonald's Book of Lilith is related to it. I would say his book, to sum it up, is probably Isaiah 34 and I think it's 35. It's a chapter 34 and right after it, because you have 34 where the Bible actually mentions Lilith. I think it's the Isaiah. Did I say Genesis? I meant Isaiah 34. And it's
sorry, go ahead.
And no, well, it mentions Lilith dwelling in the desert and the barren wasteland, and then after that, the next chapter, it's talking about God restoring the wasteland and stuff like that. So, it's a really good book. I mean, it's probably the most profound theological book I've ever read, besides this, of course, besides the Bible. But so what verse are we looking at in Genesis? I guess it was 31.
I think I'm not sure, but I think Jacob is trying to see if the missing letter would be an indication that it's incomplete, and during that period is like when the demons are created, or that's like a reference or a hint, or it alludes to the creation of said demons, which also share 4 or 3 components with angels and with humans. Like with angels, they like angels again.
It was 31:24. Is that what you said?
yeah, 36:24.
36. Okay.
But the thing is, it's like it. Yeah, this apparently is the verse, but I think he's also going off the beginning of it. Upakshut siim et iim, because the verse says ve'ele b'nei tzivon ve'aya ana hu ana asher matza et hayamim b'midbar beruto et hamorim letzivon aviv. I don't think this is something that translates. I've never seen this commentary before. Tzror Hamor al HaTorah. Have you heard of this guy?
Yeah.
Who is he?
I don't know his name, but I know it's Tzror Hamor.
Tzror Hamor. Let's see.
I know that because we also had a teacher in school called Moore.
Oh, wow. He's almost a Rishon. Abraham Saba. Tzror Hamor. He's one of the early Spanish Kabbalists.
Jacob, can you see if in I think that there's a relation to Lilith and Hermes, but in Chazal?
Hermes and Lilith in Chazal.
There probably is, but I quite like Hermes, to be honest.
I quite don't.
He's a messenger god. What's the difference between him and Gabriel? I mean, he's a planet in the sky. Strike me down on that fairy hill right now. I'll be carried off to fairyland forever. No, he's a god with the winged sandals, the god that carries message. Well, he is a trickster god, I guess, too, as well. But
right, there's different.
How do you write Hermes in Hebrew?
Hey.
Haman.
Hey Vav Resh Mem Yud Zayin.
Hey Vav Resh Mem Yud Zayin.
Yeah, or you could drop the Vav. It could be both.
Is there a reason? The reason you guys don't like Hermes, is it because of Esther and he's the one that wants to kill the Jews? Haman. To my understanding, that's the same one as Hermes. So you might have a point there. I'm willing to side with you.
That's not my personal beef with
I
any
would Google. I would Google that. Okay, I guess I could.
I tried Googling it. I couldn't find.
No, we're not looking at
Now
Remez.
it's doing Remez.
Remez, yeah, I see. Hermes. Anyways,
guys-
Christian, just loop you in a little. We were really were just Jason was reading his fairy book. Jacob was challenging. Jacob was challenging him why he's playing with ideas of demons. Fair because these fairies ended being like, I don't know, being.
It's a Christian book.
Well, I heard
Reverend
Kezia,
Robert.
I heard that you were saying that the interpretations of parts of Lilith or that name were related to like the Whore of Babylon and stuff like that, possibly. I guess I heard that. I was listening to that a little bit.
We were just discussing how I was saying how.
And that can be interpreted as Christians and all this stuff.
Well, Jason mentioned the Whore of Babylon and the feminine, and I was then referencing how Lilith can be seen as like a corruption of the feminine, and there's different versions of seeing it that way, and then related that to just nature in general and how nature is seen as a feminine, and you know, Lilith devouring her children or the incomplete children. This is like, you know, like a bastardization, so to speak, of nature. And we could also go a level deeper and say that even one's self-pride, right, is recognizing oneself and one's sort of in a naturalistic point of view, and like what you can do and what your intellect could think of or what your pride is. And that's happening in this sort of plane. And that's, again, a misunderstanding and orientation of nature. And really one must understand there needs to be a balance, which using nature to allow you to better understand God. But again, that could be like a stretch. But that's what the ideas we were playing with, like in a minute.
I wanted to know, out of curiosity, was that Moshe Idel, if you know who he is, it was a reliable source of Kabbalah.
He's better than most. He's an academic.
Yes.
The reason I asked was because the other day I was asking you about Jewish scholarship on Mircea Eliade, and I actually figured out Moshe Idel wrote a book about him.
He's
wrote a book.
Academic. He's not a religious Jew.
I have not read that book of Moshe Idel, so you feel free to send me a link or post it on the things over here. I've read other books of his, but yes, I think he's a reliable source. He like Jacob said, he's an academic, so he's not a practicing he's not a mekubal. That doesn't mean that he did not manage to decipher many things, because he also his references were also, true references, and he did his homework. But yes, I would say you could take his work seriously.
I understand. Well, to my understanding, that it's sort of similar with Gershom Scholem, because even though Gershom Scholem was not a practicing Jew, he did catalog a lot of Kabbalah.
No, Gershom Scholem just got a lot of things wrong.
Well, okay, to be fair, Gershom Scholem also, like, he was sort of exposed and realized he was on a gold mine of, like, you know, this sort of information. And during that process, I think he did a great many good things with regards to exposing us to, by us I mean like the world, into these mystical teachings from an academic point of view and a research point of view. However, in doing so and being rash about it and being excited about it, there was obviously many issues that later have been corrected and over the years have been corrected. And I think he still holds a high place of with high regard. But as far as like quoting him today, as far as like an authority, I think would be you need to be careful with regards to what you're quoting him as an authority about.
I understand.
Moshe Idel is probably his best known and most most trustworthy student, and a lot of the things that he started out with, Shalom started out with, have completely been discredited.
Like what?
Like the idea that the Kabbalah started in Spain.
Oh yeah, well that's wrong from the back because the Ramban Nachmanides referenced the Sefer Yetzirah.
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
for him, it was like, I mean, he rested a lot on that assumption, obviously, and then obviously, so that's like a pretty big one to get wrong with regards to the understanding of its origin. But on that note, you beautiful people, I do have to go because it's 1:15, and
Shalom.
Good night.
and war looms.
Good night.
Good
Catch you
night.
girls on the flip.
And war does not loom. Stop worrying so much.
Christian, would you say that Christianity in general has a very binary view of like the spirit realm with just angels and demons, and there's not as many categories for neutral or in the middle
I would
somewhere?
say in kind of rough American evangelicalism, yes. Like, and that was kind of one of the things I was thinking about was when you asked me to frame it. Like my dad became pretty charismatic and Pentecostal whenever I was young, and like we had this thing one time. We moved in with my grandma, and she had been a Baptist minister's wife. And when my grandfather died, we moved in with her, and she started dating this like guy that was 20 years younger than her and smoking pot and all this crazy stuff. Like, and my dad wanted to like go through each room in the house and like exorcise demons type thing. So it's like so we would go and we actually had these toy knives and we would go and like pretend. I don't know what we were doing, but that's yeah, and yeah, that's a weird part of my childhood. But
That's awesome.
but to say that I wasn't raised in a certain type, and again, it is pretty binary. It's not very technical. Like you're saying, it's kind of like the devil and his demons, and and then
that's how I was raised.
Michael and Gabriel, and then the angels, and that was kind of it. Yeah.
Christian, are you the one who told me the story about looking out the window and seeing a cloud that looked like Jesus and saying,
"That's it"? Yeah, man. My dad was like, "Where?"
Juke, Luke is commenting on my sexuality here. You got to stop this.
Luke Thompson is not supposed to be allowed on this channel. I don't know why.
Really? You banned him?
Anybody allows Luke Thompson
Get out of here
to in any way be
whatever.
Well, I trust his judgment, so it has nothing to do with my sexuality. Sure it doesn't.
The drama of the
he's
spirit.
Calling you a demon. That's what he's doing.
Okay.
Luke is incredibly judgmental and calls people evil left and right. You don't know Luke?
He does?
Yes, he's very judgmental.
Luke, get on here and defend yourself.
Luke is a very hateful person.
He's not.
Who's the bigger king of cringe in TLC, Luke or Trey?
Trey.
Cringe. No,
Trey
Trey definitely wins the cringe.
Why is Trey so cringe? Because he's a redhead?
No, because he's so woke.
I
feel like he's not quite as woke as you make him out.
He posted a ContraPoints video for relationship advice.
Really? I don't even know what that means.
On my Discord?
Yes.
Like, I haven't seen the ContraPoints video, but on my Discord, he posted a ContraPoints video, and he's like, "I'm not sure this would work." And Max, the social worker, is like, "This is ContraPoints. Are you like? Don't you understand? ContraPoints knows nothing about relationships."
What is this? But, I'm the one firing shots here. What about Jacob? Oh my gosh. Come on.
I felt like that was all in good fun. That felt good.
Yeah. I miss Trey. I haven't been in a conversation with him in a long time.
I am morally opposed to fun. Fun is against my religion.
Yeah, because of fawns. Because I just heard it comes from the word fawns. Secret elves, fawns, and fairies. What I'm trying to talk about here. So you would hate it because it's demons.
I
Don't have
watched
too much fun, or you'll get killed on a fairy hill.
Mr. Tumnus. I watched a fair bit of the BBC cartoon, and well, I don't know if it's the cartoon was BBC, but the BBC version of the Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, and then there was a cartoon version. I all of my like fantasy and stuff, a lot of it came from video media in the 80s. Like I didn't do as much of the reading, but I watched the cartoon Hobbit and some video games. Also played like some Hobbit video games and stuff too early on in the 90s. That's where I was more informed by all this stuff more than the reading.
Yeah, I grew up with a strong evangelical background too, where it was very binary. And so I didn't till a few years ago. Everything was basically just kind of in those categories until probably about, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago. And then it just kind of occurred to me, like, why, if I believe in angels and demons, why wouldn't I believe in like fairies or brownies or anything else like that? All these other spirits people see, or ghosts or things like that, of that nature. And then I don't know. So that's why I was reading this book.
When I went to Minnesota, I got to meet Luke, and he took me to several breweries, and I had never drank alcohol before, and he got me seriously drunk, and that's why.
Who was this? Got you really drunk? Luke did?
Luke, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
How old were you?
He 46.
How old were you?
He is the one who introduced me to the demon rum.
Did he slip you a Mickey?
I had never had alcohol before Luke made me get drunk.
Oh,
I mean, Chinuch age for wine for Kiddush starts at what, 7?
What? Jews don't drink? What are you talking about?
So
Jews
what you
drinking? That's never happened. RJ, have you ever drank alcohol? See?
Is RJ Jewish?
I don't know. I popped in to say hi to Jason and say, how do you feel about Tralmalfadorians?
What is that? What is this?
It's out of House 5, man. I mean, we're talking fairies, and woo-woo means fairies equal aliens now, guy.
Oh, yeah.
That all fits. That's the Rogan influence into the culture. Little green men and ayahuasca and all that, that whole realm kind of opening up to a lot of people.
Yeah, there was a book I bought, and I actually haven't read it, which is like many books I buy, but there was one, and it talked about, he was basically comparing he went through all the different stories. I think he was just kind of getting a collection of all the different stories of like aliens, UFOs, fairies, all that stuff, and even how people talk about the deceased and like ancestors and things like that, and making comparisons between them all. Not necessarily saying they're all the same, but just kind of saying, I guess, drawing this thread through them and stuff like that. But I don't know much about aliens.
There's another guy. There's a
Michael Heiser.
Amazon. You see the guy with the Amazon documentary where he's like, they all sit out in a circle with laser pointers out in the desert and like meditate, and then they see these little green lights. There's a whole documentary on it.
No way.
That they're shooting in the air with their laser pointers.
Yeah. I mean, the idea is basically like, again, this is where aliens and spirit stuff overlap. Basically, like, I mean, there's little balls of light that they have on the documentary. It's a documentary. Who knows what post product is? But like, the guy's he's very devoted to it for someone who otherwise is putting a lot of stuff into something. But yeah, I'll have to give me a minute. Maybe I can find the documentary.
So has he sent confirmation to me that Hermes is in fact the son of Lilith, and that's how we know that that John Vervaeke is going to be demon possessed any day now?
John Vervaeke. Well, he seems pretty humble enough to dodge that bullet, I would think, maybe. So what do you think about the Book of Esther then? If we're going down the Hermes route, because I'm still curious about that. I haven't heard much, if any, commentary on that. Other than this is a Jewish correction.
You are the first person to give me the idea that that Haman might in any way be related to.
I I think I brought this up to Hezi before. And Esther is Ishtar, which is the planet Venus, which is Aphrodite, and then Mordecai is Marduk, which is Mars.
That's like a layered one, man. But I'm glad you brought it up because I was gonna.
Yeah. Does that have to do with aliens?
No, that has to do with just
Astrology.
like basically the Great Mother cult being reinterpolated. I mean, this brings up the other like the whack like. It's hard to tell if he's completely out there or if he uncovered something that's accurate. But there's a YouTube channel I follow that claims that like he's still like in the line of the Magi, and that Haman is like like I can't do it all from memory, but it's like Haman is the Magi. So this is a polemic about how like the birth of something or other. Esther's a metaphor for something. Jacob, I'll send you the wackadoo guy I'm talking about. It's pretty interesting. He goes, "This is a broadcast from Iran, and I am a Magi." So like a very small grain of salt.
Wait, please say some more. I'm really interested.
Yeah, well, I paired that with it was a Syrian Orthodox church that did a exegesis on Esther that really looks at Esther from a I guess a Syrian Orthodox perspective, and it looks at Mordecai as the filial son. So Mordecai is like kind of it's a Syrian Orthodox thing, so they compare him to Joseph, I think, Jesus' uncle, and then Esther is, if you remember the artwork from certain Catholic stuff, where it's the two sisters. There's like the woman who represents Judaism and the woman who represents the church. It's like seeing Esther in that sense of things. But the reason I bring up like the Persian Magi thing is that he claims it's all a whole part of like when I'm going to put this in meta modern terms, like when the patriarchy established itself and the Magi were removed, and like basically clan family structure changed, and he claims in like the 700s BC, that kind of thing. But it's like it's like also like Esther is seen as like a uprighted Eve figure, and there's elements of like the old story of Ishtar going down the 7 layers into the afterlife is also picked up by the Syrian Orthodox guy, saying there's 7 elements to Esther's story. So there's many layers to Esther's book. I mean, it's Sefer HaEsther. So I mean, it gave her its own book for a reason, I think.
Yeah, it's super interesting.
I'm no authority. I'm just a dude.
Have I talked to you before, RJ?
I think we overlap very briefly. I think I got you confused with someone who. Oh yeah, no. We talked on the Maimonides stream, Kirk.
Okay, I was curious what your religion was.
Last time I checked, I wear the hat and got the bris and had the bar mitzvah. But I'm no authority.
Yeah, sure, Rabbi J. If that's what RJ really stands for.
No. Also, Jacob, it's the first time I'm seeing you, but again, thank you for hooking me up with Donnie. It was a lovely morning.
Danielle Shalom, is one of the rabbis who's supposed to be teaching Torah on this channel, but instead he just goes and watches a lot of Pajot.
Well, I can't criticize because I have this within arm reach.
Have you read that? I've never.
Have I read it? I'm a temp mod for it.
Oh.
Okay. What book is that?
This is the Language of Creation, Cosmic Symbolism, and Genesis by Matthew Pajot. I did ask Hezi about if the diagrams are accurate enough from his standpoint. So
can I ask just a straightforward question to everybody here? So which of you guys believes in aliens and fairies? You believe in aliens? Do you believe in fairies?
I believe in all kinds of things.
I believe in aliens.
I mean, I believe in fairies. I believe in aliens, so sure.
Definitely aliens. I don't know about fairies.
I'll do the Pajot thing. Of course Zeus is real.
Of course he is.
Are we getting into principalities now? Because like that brings us straight back to Kabbalah.
Let's do it.
Did you guys watch Paul Vanderklay's video today?
No, I saw the thumbnail and heard some.
Was it behind the paywall? Because I'm too.
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. I mean, so my account can't get any of the gift memberships because I have a weird account, and I'm not going to give YouTube even more money than I already do, so I don't get to see anything behind the paywall. It was a very good video. It was one of his better ones. And maybe, just maybe, he's beginning to understand that you can't talk to an audience as big as his without offending somebody.
That's true.
Trying to look it up. I'm trying to see what
Oh,
it
Is
was.
it
Just
the
TVK.
Trent Horn? It's the Trent Horn Goshen one. I watched like 10 minutes of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, he says Trent Horn is being silly, and he's right.
Yeah. He's making that case that a lot of the kind of the propositional tyranny people are just continuing to fight each other on propositions.
Trent Horn was like, if you don't actually believe that Jesus rose from the dead, you're not really a Christian. And that tells you Trent Horn has never actually been a Catholic priest deciding whether or not to give people communion. Because if you refuse to give everyone who believes Jesus rose from the dead communion, there would not be a lot of Catholics taking communion.
Really?
Well,
That's interesting.
I mean, yeah, there's probably a couple of politicians you can list off, but I think the thing that there's a wide range of Catholics who would probably consider themselves on all sorts of spectrums theologically, even, and still be Catholic because they want the identity or the whatever's attached to it without the dogmatic doctrine. So I don't know if I could be wrong, and but yeah, I don't know.
So I found the name of the documentary. It's Dr. Stephen Greer, and it's called Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. It's on Prime.
Right.
As opposed to the fourth or third, whatever, Spielberg.
I mean, I watched it back in COVID because my company gave us all like $15 gift cards to Amazon.
Nice.
Here, stay home and watch a movie on us.
And I don't remember what desert he goes to, but like what caught my attention of it, I was like, I like stars. I live in the desert.
Did you say you live in the desert?
I spent a lot of time.
No, I like I've been in the desert.
I spent a lot of time thinking a lot of the spiritual realm stuff was like trying to argue how many angels can dance on the head of a needle or a pin. Like, what are we really doing sometimes? That was kind of how I...
Well, that's like the Bertrand Russell type approach to philosophical view. Like, I really hate a lot of analytic philosophy because of how, propositional it is.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking, I'm saying that that was a reaction to like my childhood that I shared about earlier. Like, okay, I don't really want to mess with this stuff, but I would say in different ways, getting more and more into this space or whatever, but taking the spiritual world more seriously has become important to me, but not in like the sense of approaching it in the way that I guess I would have in the charismatic culture that I was partly raised in. So I don't know, but I think there's room for aliens. There's room for, I mean, if there's room for demons, that were called fairies and fairies that were called demons, and, semantics
fairies
and language
and brownies and fauns and elves.
Going back to your book, it's like kind of parallel to some of like Rudolf Steiner's stuff, like anthroposophism, or I think that's what it's called.
I don't know what that means.
It's just basically it's kind of adjacent to Gnosticism. I mean, the word is anthropos sophism, so it's human with. It's basically like the idea that humanity. It's like you get it enough. It's hard to explain. But like there's a fine line between like fairies and demons, aliens, and people looking into them, and then people trying to construct like political stuff about the fact they're real, which is why I tend to agree with Jacob. It's like, maybe they're real, maybe they're not. Like, but do I need to be messing with this? I don't know.
Well, Judaism is very anti-Hegelian to my understanding.
Here's the question then. I mean, in regards to not messing with it, I mean, I'm interested. So people know this about me anyway. I'm super interested in occult stuff, magical stuff, not in practicing it, but I think because of my charismatic Christian background, and now I see how similar all of that is to magic. Like in the health, wealth, prosperity stuff, I'm like, you might as well just be drawing circles and like scrying stuff half the time. And but I'm like, I still like weirdly think there's a time and place for that. I think you're falling when you do magic, you bring yourself into some sort of karmic realm, and so there is always like a trade-off that I think gets very dangerous and very costly. But that's what kind of piques my interest with it. But I guess my question around all of that is, I understand the point of like not wanting to dabble in this stuff, and I would not promote that. But as far as like looking at it, would you think if someone is so stuck in a binary black and white vision of the spiritual realm, is talking about stuff like this a good way to kind of broaden their horizon and be like, well, maybe there are other spirits just than like good, bad, black, white, like all that, you know?
I would definitely say that the language around like egregore, you know, is a way that bridges that into the secular mind. The idea that like school spirit and the spirit of the age and the spirit of a company or whatever, you know, and it's like, okay, well, there's something to that. And so could that be embodied as something that's guiding? And then the other part, you know, as to whether or not it's good or bad or enlightening, sometimes I think it's Lewis's Screw Tape Letters that has something to do with like saying the greatest, you know, victory was getting modern man, like from the devil's perspective, was getting modern man to think that we aren't real, you know. And so then you have the other side of it that's like, well, we don't, everything's natural process and there's nothing spiritual happening. And so, and then on the flip side is I think that the younger generation is very, very interested in New Age. And I think the older generations, being so modern, are going to figure out how to have the conversation with younger people more directly about crystals and New Age and all that kind of stuff. And that,
yeah. Well, that's why I asked the question, because there's like, as far as I know, people in other than these spaces on the internet and literally just occult, like if I find other online spaces that are cult or witchcraft circles, I have no one, like you can't talk to anybody about crystals or anything like that. And obviously, I mean, to me, it's pretty obvious that they have an effect on you. If nothing else, they could have an effect on your subconscious. Like, I mean, anything, like any sort of relic, like you could say your mom knit you a blanket or something, and it's like, does that, you know, that will have and you carry that around with you, does that have an effect on like your day or how you react in the world? It's like, yeah, that could have an effect on you. It's very plausible. And so like carrying around even a crystal in your pocket, the fact that it has a color to it is going to affect, you know, if nothing else, the way you think. But I think, I mean, I would believe it affects more than that even, but you can't even talk to, you can't really have that conversation in a lot of, at least in Christian circles that I know of. But so, I mean, so that's why I'm not necessarily like, that's what I mean. I'm not really curious in practicing all this stuff. I'm curious I'm always like, this is just fun stuff for me too. I think it's just fun to talk about all these things, but, yeah.
This
and how to
is why,
talk
you know,
about
Jason needs a girlfriend.
working on it.
Jason doesn't need a girlfriend.
I got it. Yes, basically, almost, but I think so.
So this was the interesting part of the discussion Pajot had with Peter Boghossian. Like, he had difficulty getting Boghossian to even admit that there was a placebo effect. He's like, isn't there at least a placebo effect? And Boghossian was like trying to deny it because it had to be absolutely bunkum, right? It couldn't even, like, he couldn't even give it placebo effect.
I've never, that's an interesting spell breaking that even in this moment because I listened to the conversation that, oh, we know prayer's it's a placebo effect. That's a spell. That's a modern spell.
The idea that it's a placebo is a spell.
Just saying that Well, of course, it's been proved to show that prayer is a placebo effect.
Well, no. But he was saying it's not even placebo. He's like, no, it has no reality to it whatsoever.
Well, I watched the video with Bogosian and Peugeot, and I think Bogosian falls into the unfortunate trap almost all the other internet atheist types go on, where they don't have much of a background in religious phenomenology because they see everything through a very strict, naturalistic, rationalist perspective.
Which is weird, considering he's a professor of philosophy. He should
I mean, he was
have a
referencing
deeper...
Wittgenstein and Arendt, so he's not completely unread on the subject, but he should be more trained in religious phenomenology.
Well,
in phenomenology in general. I mean, it's not a question of religion. Like, there, so part of this goes back to just intellectual humility, right? Just being able to say, well, I don't know. But he couldn't say that. He's like, no, I know that there's no, that like it's absolute bunk. And it's like, you think you know more than you could possibly know.
Well, I think he might know a little bit of phenomenology because he had referenced Heidegger, but I don't think specifically a religious approach to phenomenology.
He's also from a very secular part of the United States and was in that world and so it's...
Where is he from?
I would say that he's from Oregon. That's where he was teaching at.
He was at Portland State, yeah.
He's at Portland State.
Yeah. And so, it's a wonder, and it's a miracle even that he's having a conversation with Peugeot, but that's partially because he's anti-woke because of the what were they called, Jacob, the papers he wrote with...
the grievance studies?
Yeah, with James Lindsay?
The spoof papers, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, that kind of shifted a whole group of the new atheists over into conversation with culture warrior people that they would have never taken seriously. And so that's, because Bogosian was at ARC having conversations with Paul Vanderklay and saying, hey, you should talk to Joe, like that kind of stuff. That's crazy. Anyway,
going back to like the demonology thing, I was at I guess Christians call it Pentecost. Jews refer to it as Shavuot. And it was pretty cool. Jacob knows the story, and I am going to take the moral from it first and say, when you come across things that you don't know the names of, maybe it'll be revealed to you in time. You don't need to go running around asking about it. But the cool part is there was I think it was like a Syrian bowl or something like that, but it was used to like basically suck demons into the divination bowl, and it was placed underneath the threshold of the floorboard. So it's interesting just to note that like there was a time where like people were doing these kinds of things. It's actually really interesting to me to be like, we're not even entirely sure what their outlook was on it, even though there's like writing on the bowl and stuff. But I just thought that was like an interesting tidbit, but also an important moral.
Who are you going to call?
Your rabbi.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy.
So what Hezi said something a while back in the comments, and I think it was maybe when I said something about like when you perform magic, I feel like you fall into the karmic realm, or kind of that give and take. It's when then you got to kind of count the cost of stuff like that. And I can't remember what he said, but I think he said something like that's the wrong framing or something like that. But I was wondering, with that, what do you guys think of like Solomonic magic and all that stuff?
I generally don't think about it because I'm like working my way from the beginning, more or less. I got a lot of language to learn before I can get anywhere close to that. But sorry to be disappointing on the anticlimactic thing.
I'll go back to what I said at the very beginning. Like before I start having any serious beliefs in what you have to say about the spiritual world.
Yeah,
I have to see what kind of effect the spiritual worlds have been having in your life.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't necessarily want to follow the Solomonic magic route because of the people, like you're saying, that have done that. Like from what I understand, most of its popularity has been from like what Aleister Crowley and John Dee and characters like that. But I didn't know if it had. I guess I was also thinking about that story that Hezi had told me too, with the Solomon's magic ring and all that stuff, and that gets taken by Ashmedai, and there's all there's stories around that too. So there is. It seems like outside of John Dee and those types of people, that there was an idea that Solomon had some sort of magic ring in which he could control demons in the spirit realm with. And
I think ultimately it goes back to don't take relationship advice from ContraPoints and Destiny. Like, both of those people have had many relationships. I still wouldn't take relationship advice from them. And there are people who have better things to say about relationships, who will say some things which will be in some ways similar to things that Destiny and ContraPoints would say, but I still wouldn't take relationship advice from ContraPoints and Destiny.
All right, that's fine. I'm just to quote one of our favorite Jews, Larry David. I'm just trying to elevate small talk to medium talk. So that's why I'm throwing these out here.
How dare you, Jason?
Is Manus Friedman's relationship advice good?
I trust Manus Friedman, and the fact is, it's not even a question of like individual personal knowledge. Like, yeah, I like the fact that Destiny ended up wrecked by the guy who was giving him horns. Like, that's kind of funny, but at the same time, like,
He got wrecked by who?
The guy who was sleeping with his wife.
What happened? I'm sorry. Why am I laughing?
This?
I didn't know. I don't know about any of this stuff. Destiny is not. We're not talking about the fates here. We're talking about the person Destiny, right? So I'm still catching up on all this stuff.
The gamer named Destiny, who was on Jordan Peterson's.
Jordan Peugeot.
I think I did.
Peugeotian.
I think I did see that a long time ago, actually. Yeah. So
yeah.
Destiny's a clown.
What happened? So
he's also a political social commentator.
Oh,
Isn't that just redundant?
He debated Norman Finkelstein in what may have been the funniest
that was hilarious
in human history.
Anyway,
so
don't assume on me.
Destiny had been convinced of polyamory, so like guys were having sex with his wife, and he thought that didn't mean he was going to end up being divorced, and he ended up divorced to his great surprise and nobody else's.
Who could have thought? Who would have seen it coming?
Yeah. So like,
he's so liberated that he liberated himself from marriage.
Look, it's like, I've never had kids. I've never been married. I don't have the greatest history with relationships. But I also, if anybody asks me anything about relationships, I'm always plagiarizing from thousands of years of Jewish wisdom. And like, anything I tell you is not going to be anything that I personally developed as, oh, hey, in my life, having had, been the greatest husband and father in the world. So, I mean, I'm kind of hedging here, but at the same time, like, you have to look at the track record of things, right? And if your track record of the things you taught involves like people doing horrible things and living horrible lives, maybe like that's not what I want in my life, is people doing horrible things and living horrible lives. Maybe I want to look at people like, I don't know, the Mormons, who generally seem to live pretty good lives, and be like, hey, the Mormons, despite what I may think of anything they say, seem like pretty nice people ultimately.
Can I play the opposer for a moment? Obviously, Destiny just didn't try real polyamory.
That was Luke's point.
I mean, it's crazy how much the debate
Thank you,
bros have
Luke.
ruined online politics.
Ruined? That assumes that they were anything but ruined to begin with. It's like the
No,
ruins of
I
I,
mean,
bro.
maybe it's always been bad, but it feels like the debate bros really, really messed a lot of
Is
it
Jacob
up.
frozen?
Is Jacob
Oh.
frozen?
No, Jacob's
He
not
was-
frozen.
He was
Um,
just laughing.
I actually really do trust Menace Friedman though. He has a lot of he's pretty
Yeah.
trustworthy.
I like to hear what he has to say. My jury's out because I just don't know much about him.
I wish Alex O'Connor would talk to him and not David Wolpe for his representation on
That would
Judaism.
be interesting.
This is actually a point I've been trying to make to people. Yes, polygamy works, polyamory does not.
Because we're talking about marriage again. I mean, that's a specific distinction.
Well, because like for thousands of years, there's been there. Two of my great grandfathers had two wives at the same time. Like this is a thing that has been tried in human history and has actually operated.
Is that a thing? Is that a thing that's
exactly.
encouraged for Mizrahim? Or
It's not encouraged. It's definitely not encouraged. My great grandfathers, at least the one I'm named after, he was just a nasty guy, and his wives didn't like him. Like after my great grandmother died, his fourth wife, Grandma Miriam, decided there was nothing left for her in Iran and moved to Chicago with her kids. And he ended up, after having dozens of kids, all alone, dozens of kids and 4 wives, he ended up living all alone. And that's how you know where I get my personality from.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, multiple wives, man. It's hard enough to get one. Let alone keep them these days.
One of my favorite jokes: anyone who wants multiple wives doesn't have even one.
That's
usually
true. Jacob, real quick, because I'm about to have to go. Who is Almond Tree?
That guy?
That's you, Jason.
That's me. Yeah,
you were the one in Paul Vandeclay's stream when he goes, "This might could be Christian Baxter."
Oh, yeah.
And you were like, "Christian Baxter."
Yeah.
It made me laugh too. So
oh, that's good.
I'm glad you said that.
I was just trolling. I was being a troll that day.
No, I don't care. It's true.
Who let Luke onto my channel? Luke, you're not allowed on my channel.
Proper polygamist. He's gonna take my spot and be much more entertaining.
Proper polygamy.
What's up, Luke?
Correctly aligned polygamy
Christian,
or proper polygamy?
Is it
integrated?
Oh, integrated. Okay.
Yeah.
Kirk, you trying to say something real quick?
I just want to say goodbye. And is it offensive to say you sort of look like Uncle Fester's son?
Oh, I have no idea.
What, from like the
Who is that?
1999?
You've never seen The Addams Family?
Are you basically saying I need to lose weight? Is what you're saying?
No, he's saying you look like what's his name, Christopher Lloyd.
You look like this fat guy. No, is that what he's
Uncle Fester Pugsley?
Yeah, you look like the son of Uncle Fester.
Yeah, that would be a very round, chubby kid. I guess.
I mean, Christian, he is the best character, so it's a compliment.
I'm looking at it up right now.
Dark circles under his eyes, so maybe I need to lose weight and get some sleep. So, anyways,
You know, oh my God.
I'll try not to take offense to that, Kirk.
That is kind of insulting, I guess. Yeah, you could have picked someone a little more.
Oh well.
pleasing.
Anyways, I gotta go. Good night and goodbye, everybody.
See you back.
Good night, man. It's great talking. Luke, what's up?
Nothing. I'm just here to make jokes. All the proper brain power for theological things happens in the morning.
Let's hear a joke.
No, I mean it's got to come in the flow.
You don't have any ready? Come on. How did the crab call his mom? On his shell phone.
Ooh.
On the shuffle phone?
That's shell phone. I don't know. That's the
Do
only
you guys
one I
know
got.
the Norm
My little
Moss joke?
sister told it to me like 10 years ago. So.
How many feminists does it take to screw in a light bulb? That's not funny.
So, Luke, what do you think of elves, fauns, and fairies and aliens?
I think they're all real. Yeah, I'm into them. That's kind of the that book that I just read, Little Big, talks about those things a lot. I think, well, King Arthur, I think, talks about that stuff a lot too. I think a lot of it is that I think we don't see them because we're not. I don't know. It's either because we're not looking, or like we're not looking low enough, or we're distracted by other things, or we're not as in tuned with the natural world because of the mobility allowed because of technology. It's probably my broad views on all those things.
Define real.
They exist. They're real beings.
The number 2 exists.
Well, in that case, the answer is 42. And with that, gentlemen, I'm head out. Have a good one.
See you, RJ.
I don't know
Peace,
what
love,
happened.
blessings, all the good stuff.
See you, man.
What joke? Elves fawning fairy aliens?
Did we have anything we were planning to talk about today?
I was reading this book, and then, I got through a paragraph, maybe.
Well, we came here to save you from ending up
my
dead
paganism.
on a fairy hill, like that Kirk guy who wrote that book.
Robert Kirk, yeah. Well, supposedly he's not dead. He's just trapped in fairyland. So,
Which can happen.
yeah.
Can happen.
Is there any way on my end I can disable notifications for comments from YouTube?
I have no idea.
Because I don't constantly want to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 notifications when people are spamming in chat.
Oh, you get notifications for chat comments?
Well, if you're on private chat and there's on the right side, if you're down on the private chat and people are talking in the comments, you'll see the notifications on the top right. When people
are you still working that job, that summer job you were? Yeah. How's it going?
Man. Well, I've been processing that a lot today, actually, because well, the only reason I probably really have time to do this is because it's raining a ton, so I got out early, and I was able to accomplish a bunch of other things. The whole, like, both parents working full-time jobs along with everything else that we have going on is, you just, like, I don't know, you essentially don't have time for anything. And so I don't know, it's been an interesting experiment, but and it's helping me to learn the skill to say no to things, because I don't say no to a lot of stuff, whether it's anybody asking things of me. I feel usually pretty obligated to do them, and I mean it because I want to. Like, it's not just mere obligation, but I just don't have the bandwidth anymore. And so I don't know. It's a good job. I mean, I like it, and I like the work, and I like what I'm doing, I like the people, but I don't know if, all things considered, it's the proper thing, because I find myself stressed out. Like, I mean, my back's all tight. I just have stress headaches all the time. And so I don't know if running myself haggard is the best thing.
Yeah. What is it you're doing again? It's a lot of physical labor, right?
Yeah, it is. It's just landscaping. And I love that aspect of it. But then the problem is that everything I was doing before, I'm still kind of doing. I'm just doing in after work hours. And so I'm just, all the time.
That's how last year was for me with the 2 jobs, having both of them. It was just like,
yeah, and you were out of commission. You were just like, I can't respond. I'm just, like, going to do this thing.
Deliver pizzas. Pizza Hut.
Yeah.
Pizza butt.
Your oldest kid is gonna be a teenager soon, right?
Me?
Yeah.
Already is, right?
No, my oldest is a junior in high school. So yeah, he's
Yeah.
definitely a teenager.
Wow. So is he driving?
They're all teenagers this year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is your son driving?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So
Is he driving well?
he does. Yeah, he does all right. I mean, learning to drive in a city is wild, you know.
Are you
'cause
in this city?
Yeah. I mean, I
Okay,
live like in Minneapolis proper.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. For some reason, I just figured you were probably on the outskirts of the city or somewhere a little
Nope.
more. Yeah.
Nope. I live in Minneapolis, not the
Gotcha.
suburbs. So it's a little different. He's done a pretty good job. He's appropriately cautious about things, I think. But it is, yeah, it's very different than learning how to like drive in a pasture or something. You know, it's a different ball game. So
Yeah. Definitely. I get on some of the back highways here, especially after like if I went out to drive now, it's 7:00 right now. If I got on this highway I would drive every day, there'd be like nobody on the road. You just don't have to. That's when you check all your text messages. Watch
no.
your YouTube. Yeah. Well, you seem a little more worn out this afternoon.
Yeah, well, that's
You've
kind of
had a day.
nighttime. I'm a morning person in general too. So like
Wow.
I'm all fired up in the morning. At night I'm just like,
I am the absolute opposite of that.
yeah, I
Same here.
know. You're like
I
a
know.
late night marathoner.
Yeah, morning time I can't do it either. I might think clearer in the mornings, maybe, but usually my mind is so like I'll have my work to do, like I do the title searches and stuff, so I'll have the stack of that, and if that's like if the work is in the back of my head, I'm just like I can't focus on anything else. I'll have
Yeah.
to I can't juggle a bunch of stuff in my head at once, so I
It
gotta
takes
get
me
something done.
hours before I'm even coherent in the morning.
Do you drink coffee in the morning?
I don't.
Why not?
Because first of all, because although sometimes I do drink caffeine to wake me up, it just seems to me like ultimately that does not cause me to be more totally coherent. It just causes me to be more coherent on the time schedule of other people. And one of the things which has helped me like be more okay with myself was when I stopped demanding of myself to like work on other people's time schedules and to start working on my own time schedule. Like I get stuff done when I get them done, and I just don't bother with other people. Like I don't care if you think I should get things done early in the morning. That's not how I work.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where you're coming from. Have you ever considered for nighttime problems taking melatonin?
It's not a problem. I go to sleep when I go to sleep, and I wake up when I wake up.
That's
And
how I feel
it's
too.
fine just as long as I don't take to heart people being like, "What? You're up at 11 p.m. but not 11 a.m.?" And it's like, yes, I am more functional at 11 p.m. than I am at 11 a.m. If you don't
Yeah.
like that, then don't do that.
Yeah. I think some people are just kind of wired that way too, just night owls. I'm
No,
more inclined for that.
And when you consider like how it makes sense naturally, why would you think everyone would be on the same like circadian rhythm? Like that makes no sense that all human beings would be as alert at the same time. Like
Yeah.
that just Why would you think that's right?
Yeah, and I understand. And well, the one good thing about your college is that at least you don't have as much stress with coursework. But
That's one of the reasons I chose the college I chose. Like, yeah.
I was just gonna ask. I've been reading looking into some of the and psychologists, and as somebody who's studying to be a social worker, have you encountered any of Jean Piaget's work?
Not directly, but he is. I mean, he is very widely respected, and Jordan Peterson really likes him. So
yeah, so I've been looking into. I was telling you last time, Jasper's to bit into Jung and to bit into Piaget, but to be fair, it's probably not the best to be looking into at my age or to spend a lot of time on.
I mean, you can, but like I've said to you before, I think at your age, you're best off reading a lot of the classics. Like, read a lot of classic novels, read a lot of classic stuff.
Well, I know Aristotle, but some like other than Aristotle, I'm not as familiar with like Platonic.
No. I mean, like Twain, O. Henry, Edgar Allan Poe, Shakespeare.
Classical literature, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean also classical authors, but classical literature as well, and good literature. I mean, I forget who you were talking to, and they mentioned Kurt Vonnegut, and you had never heard of Kurt Vonnegut, and he was like,
I've heard of Kurt Vonnegut. I just haven't read Cellar House 5 or any of his books.
So read some Kurt Vonnegut.
Okay.
Or read some Robert Kirk. You know.
Where did
I think Luke left.
Luke left us?
Yeah, he left us a little bit ago. I don't know. Yeah, he just waved, and then maybe someone came home or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I should probably be looking into Kurt Vonnegut before I start reading Hegel.
Do you know who John A is in the chat? Because he said he worked as a Pizza Hut delivery guy as well. So I'm interested.
If I knew who he was, he would have a wrench. He doesn't have a wrench because I have no idea who this guy is.
I don't know.
I'm Panda Bro on YouTube. Could I get a wrench?
Nope.
Panda Bro.
Like
Panda Bro.
Or I haven't taken the time.
What's the little symbol by Sandy's name?
Oh, she actually paid money to be a member of my channel.
What?
Weird.
How do you do that? On YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it was the Fountain of Comfort thing or if it was YouTube.
It's not a Fountain of Comfort thing, although she also sends money to Fountain of Comfort, which I highly recommend people do.
She's lovely.
I know you. I went to your house. Oh, that John. Hey, John.
Oh, man. Here comes the wrench. Get excited.
I actually know John. I do know John. He came with his kids.
To see your remodeled bedroom.
Are you going to be at the estuary tomorrow night, John? And Elijah was there too. And Matthew's coming to Los Angeles, and he's going to sleep on my couch.
Are you going to the thing, Jacob, the Northwestuary thing, or no?
I am not. I'm going to something else.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so we're planning. Some of us are planning. I don't know. Elijah, are you coming tomorrow to the estuary? Some of us are going to go to the estuary tomorrow in Chino. What was I going to say? No, Northwestuary. No, my cousin invited us to. Clown, you're not going to be driving. You're going to be sitting in the car. Yeah. You should come out to Los Angeles, Jason.
Yeah, I'd like to. I will need to come out there and visit sometime.
With your girlfriend?
Yeah, that would be nice. Hopefully I could make that happen. I mean, we're going out to Colorado. I think in like a week and a half or something. I think is when we start heading out that way.
You're driving?
Yeah, because she has an RV as well, so we're taking her rig out there, and then, and so then I'll be there for a while, and then my sister Natalie's supposed to fly down and visit and hang out she's up in Oregon, so she might come down and visit there for a little bit.
Dude, if you're driving to Colorado with your RV, just drive a little further.
Just a little further, yeah, right.
I want to
Just
know
a
when
all-
few
Matthew
more
has them coming.
miles.
I wonder how much flights are for from Colorado Springs once I'm over there. Who's here? Andrew, what's
Hey,
up?
Andrew.
How's it going, man?
How's it going?
I haven't read Twain, but I have read some of the poems of Edgar Allan Poe in earlier in high school and in middle school. I don't know if he wrote any books, but I have read some of his poems.
He wrote many short stories, and you should. Edgar Allan Poe is a great writer. I love Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. There's a lot.
I do like Edgar Allan Poe. It's a little bit heavy, but it is nice.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew, how'd you do with your classes?
I did amazingly in one and dropped out in another. So hey, like,
Wait, what does that mean?
let's go.
Which class did you do amazing in, and which one did you drop out of?
I did amazing in econ and dropped out of engineering writing.
Engineering.
Okay.
So you did bad in the more practical class?
In the more stupid class. It's what was I gonna say? What happened to your PT training?
Oh, I'm still with it.
What do you
I'm
mean
like
you're still with it? What percentage have you finished?
2/3.
You're 2/3 done. Good.
Yep.
So by the end of the week, you'll be done.
End of the week, maybe. Yeah, I'll probably be done with the coursework, and not the test. So yeah.
Look at this guy. He's got a wrench now already. Nice.
What would it
What
take
am I
for me to
majoring
get a
in?
wrench?
That's a good question.
Like, is there a specific set of criteria for getting a wrench?
Yeah,
You have to be over
I
18.
be bored enough to switch channels to go give you a wrench, and care enough to make sure that if I see you, I won't forget that I actually know you, and not worried that if you'll say something that somebody else with a wrench will get mad at, and will like
I would
obliviate
never
you.
say anything that would make someone else with a wrench mad.
Yeah, that's why I'm not worried about you getting a wrench. Like, I gave Young God a wrench because I was worried somebody else was going to actually wrench him into oblivion.
Yeah, that kind of blew up pretty quick, that whole fiasco. If only
With
people
Young
would have
God?
watched. Yeah, if only people would have watched our early Bible studies, they would have seen flashings and known this was no big deal. This happens all the time.
I mean, I have tried to warn everybody as they learn to use StreamYard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, have you been getting a lot of porn bots recently?
Not that I've noticed.
Yeah, it kind of died out. It was pretty I feel like when you first started doing StreamYard and everybody else was kind of getting into it, because you kind of made headway with StreamYard and
Well,
getting people involved, but it happened more.
If you pin the link, you're more likely to end up with somebody trying to porn bomb you.
When did it?
Here, let's try it.
Do you think they come from like? Is it more YouTube, or do you think more of them come from like Twitter or something? If you're streaming stuff.
No, I don't think it's necessarily Twitter. Although I do stream to Twitter, but no, I think it's YouTube.
Look at this. What a nice comment. Jacob and his channel are clear and wonderful exemplifications. That's a big word for me. Of the 4 P's of knowing.
Yeah, I'm a great guy, honestly.
You are.
So, if Jacob is the king of TLC, who's Christian? Is Christian like the prince?
Kirk, you're a strange
Christian
guy.
Baxter?
Yeah.
He is. He's going to take over PBK's throne. Did you see that? That's what PBK
No,
said.
if Jacob is the king and Christian is the prince, then he would take over Jacob's throne.
Yeah.
I've gotta ask, like, why do they call him
Not
Rabbi
strange.
Judah the Prince? Why is he the prince?
Oh, because so the leader of the Sanhedrin is referred to as Nasi. That's the Hebrew word, and that's the word. That word Nasi usually gets translated as prince. So that's why.
Is Nasi related to Nazir or Nazarite? Is there any
No.
connection there? No.
Is it related to Navi?
No.
Okay.
I'm just trying. Just
Nasi comes from it literally means person who is uplifted.
Mm.
Really, I mean, I think that a more proper translation would probably be president. Yes, and that's why he's called Rabbi Judah the Prince, because that's
So what
Do
is
you
he
have a favorite
referencing there? Is
rabbi in
that
the Mishnah?
he is the redactor of the Mishnah.
No, I'm asking if you have a favorite rabbi in the Mishnah personally.
A favorite rabbi of the Mishnah? Not really. No.
I know Hillel's pretty popular. I know Akiva's pretty popular, but
Yeah, I don't feel any particular like personal connection to any of the rabbis. I mean, if anything, if there's a Tana, I feel most kindred spirit would be Elisha ben Abuha.
Is estuary today?
Estuary's tomorrow. It's
Tomorrow.
Tuesday. Yes.
Okay. Perfect.
Perfect. Convince Elijah to come.
how often do you do
Elijah,
that?
you should come. Mark Parker is gonna be there. Is Zevi coming as well? Or...
I told Zevi about it, but Zevi hasn't responded to me in a while.
and Elijah,
I think he's gonna come.
and Elijah should come in his favorite clown suit.
Elijah could
Wait,
come.
is Kirk? Do you go? Where are you? Are you local to that?
No,
Oh, okay.
not at all.
He's in New Orleans.
No, and now I told you. I thought I told you already. I moved to Picayune.
But isn't that near New Orleans?
Yeah, it's in southern Mississippi.
As far as I'm concerned, that's New Orleans.
I don't know. New Orleans is pretty wacky. I don't know if anything compares to New Orleans. It might compare to Louisiana, but New Orleans is just
Yeah, no. I mean, the southeast. I'm not gonna have any connection to Los Angeles.
Yeah.
I've been
So hopefully I will see you tomorrow, John.
That's pretty cool. Do you guys do that once a month or like once a week or what?
It's twice a month, but I don't go very often. But Mark Parker is going to go and wanted to actually meet up with him and meet him in real life. And Zevi Slavin is here in Los Angeles.
That's the Seekers of Unity, right? I was wondering if that was. Oh, that's pretty cool.
I haven't met him yet.
Yeah.
He's a pretty nice
Are you gonna
guy.
set him straight?
Has
You ask him about fairies. He should be in this conversation. I bet he believes in fairies. He'd be
Is
okay
he
with
in
me
your-
going up on
is,
that fairy hill.
Is Zevi in your Discord server?
No.
Yeah, he really should join the Discord server because it's like, even though he has some views you might not fully agree with, he does have a lot of interesting comments.
Zevi is definitely welcome to my Discord server if he would like.
Yeah, I'll talk more about these elves and fairies and stuff and try to draw him in. Because
I don't know if Zevi's ever watched my channel.
What?
I invited him to come live stream, but like, yeah.
Well, that'll be cool if you get to meet him in person. That'll be pretty fun. I didn't know Mark Parker was out where you were at in Los Angeles.
I mean, he's pretty.
Cool.
And Mark Parker's our favorite boomer around here.
Yes.
Did you say favorite boomer?
Well, is Jacob technically a boomer?
No,
I don't think so. What are you? Are you a millennial?
Right?
What?
No,
No,
you,
I'm
Jacob,
Gen Z.
Jacob.
Me?
Yeah,
I
you.
was born 1977. I'm a Gen Xer.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I think.
Yeah, I don't know. Jacob is an Xer. Yeah, that's what he said. Gen X. Gotcha. He said the worst kind of person.
The
Hey,
worst.
there's Mark Parker right there. Favorite
Hey, there's
boomer. Oh, sorry, I tried to do it too.
Yeah,
I've got too much control here. I need my wrench taken away.
Mark is. I mean, is Mark our favorite boomer?
I
Mark
don't
is
know.
the quintessential boom.
Okay.
Mark is the most boomerish of the boomers around here. Yeah, it's funny.
He should hop on here. I've never talked to him. I'll be right
You've
back.
never talked to Mark?
I don't think. I mean, I've maybe spoken to him like very briefly, but not like actual.
He's a nice
I mean,
guy.
yeah, he seems very nice. I like him. I'll be right back.
I mean, for a boomer.
Let's not get too ageist around here.
It's impossible to be too ageist.
So how much longer do you have for your college?
I have classes until February, and then I have to do an internship, and next year around this time I should be finished.
So in about by next August you'll probably be graduating?
Yep.
Okay. Well, good luck with that.
Thank you. And I got my children's book illustrated professionally.
You did?
I did.
Can we see any of it? I remember you mentioned that to me a while back. I never did that. Sorry.
Sure. Let me see if I can make.
I hope to God if the Iranians launch war on the Israelis before you graduate, I'm gonna be pissed.
Wow. This is interesting.
Oh yeah.
Black cherry vanilla. Does anybody want to?
What's Bang for? What's it? Is it like an energy drink or?
You don't know? Oh my god.
No.
Yeah, I think it's made by Pepsi. I get made fun of a lot because I always say Pepsi Bang, and everybody else just says Bang.
Wait, Jason, you drink energy drinks?
I drink it all. I live off Diet Dew basically.
I drink a lot of soda. Well, not a lot. I drink quite a bit of soda, but
I'm proud of
my
you.
parents told me to stay away from energy drinks until I'm older.
Okay. Yeah, maybe some wisdom in that. I don't know.
What's the caffeine content in it?
Oh, let's see. Where does it say? I mean, see, there's vitamins in here too. Oh my goodness. Let's see. I don't know where it says. I'm looking for it. Caffeine content. Where are you? Why can't I find that? You think it would be pretty obvious on here?
No.
I don't
Might
know.
be in ingredients.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I don't know. It's got potassium, just 2%. It's got vitamin C, vitamin B6, tiny bit of magnesium. I don't know. Oh, it's vegan. What do you know? Yeah, I have no idea. I don't see where it says the caffeine content. That seems really strange. Well, if you enjoy soda, Kirk, you will probably enjoy energy drinks.
Yeah.
Don't tell Luke Thompson that you drink them, though. He will. He's not a fan. He tries to get me off my Mountain Dew all the time. But I just tell him I will perish.
Risto has an interesting question for Andrew.
Ooh. What category of Asian is Andrew? Andrew is a very whitewashed Asian.
Yeah. Your family's Han, aren't they?
Oh, dude, I've got no fucking clue.
Are you sure your family's Han?
Yeah, my mom's from Shanghai.
I would be very surprised if your family was not Han.
Yeah.
I am trying to figure out how to display.
Sherry prefers tonic water with gin. A gin and tonic. It's quite a fancy drink there. Not really, but it's good.
What are you trying to pull up?
Wait, Sherry said it's vegan because it contains nothing nutritional. In my energy drink, it's Pepsi Bang. I know it has nothing. Well, maybe I should say nothing. It's probably very little. There's carbonated water. So water. Can all the bad stuff negate the good of water? I guess we'll see. It says fuel your destiny, though, so that's pretty good right there. Oh, Sherry. So I'll embarrass myself, but I know you eat carnivore, so you can read this. I was walking through the store the other day, the grocery store, and I saw this, and I was like, that looks delicious. And then I realized it was dog treats. But it's just liver. And so I've tried them now, and they're quite delicious, actually. I would recommend them. So if you only want meat, they're very good. They're very crunchy, and it's a great driving snack, too. It doesn't smell so great. Kind of smells like a dog treat, but it is delicious. I really like liver, Phil. I'm a big fan. So, yes. Really.
Jason, are there any
I don't know where
authors...
they're made. They are made... Oh, yeah, that's probably a good question. Omaha, it says. Butcher's Block Pet Treats, LLC, Omaha.
This is Jacob's children's book.
But the only ingredient, it says the only ingredient is beef liver. So, yeah, that's great stuff. It tastes really good.
So I think this is going to be the front page.
Nice.
And this is the back page. And then...
Can you read us the story again? I think I have it somewhere when you sent it.
I guess I can read the story. Let me show you the...
It's a good story.
I was just asking, Jason, do you think there are any authors you would recommend for me to read?
Do I what? Sorry, my internet cut out right as you asked that.
Do you have any authors you would recommend for me to read?
Authors? Bill Watterson, Calvin and Hobbes. That's what I grew up on. I read that all the time. I do like George MacDonald a lot. I don't know if he's up your alley. He's got a particular flavor. But I haven't read... You might, he's got unspoken sermons, which are more technical and like theological and stuff. I'm really more drawn to his like fantasy books and things like that. But his unspoken sermons are actually really good as well, George MacDonald's. But if you just want Calvin and Hobbes, that's good too. That's all. That in the Bible was all I grew up reading. So.
Yeah, I love Calvin and Hobbes.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's hear this story.
Well, it's not in order.
Oh.
Someone hop in here. Oh, Mark.
Oh my gosh.
He's here.
That don't look good.
Hey, Mark.
How's it going, Mark?
Hey.
I'll see you tomorrow.
How are you doing?
These are the illustrations, but like it's not in order, so. And I have to figure out how I'm gonna arrange the text onto the pages and stuff.
What's it about?
The name of the story, here, I'll read you the story. How do I get to Australia? Once upon a time, there was a sheep who lived on a farm with his friends, the goat, the cow, and the rooster. The sheep had a family in Australia, but he had never been to Australia to visit them. The sheep asked his friends, the goat, the cow, and the rooster, how do I get to Australia? His friends, the goat, the cow, and the rooster, all told him that they did not know how to get to Australia. They did know that he could ask the farmer. So the sheep went to the farmer and asked, how do I get to Australia? The farmer said, I don't know. but you can take my truck to the village, and there you can ask how to get to Australia. So the sheep got into the truck with the farmer and drove all the way to the village. At the village, the sheep asked, "How do I get to Australia?" The bus driver said, "I don't know, but you can take my bus to the city, and there you can ask how to get to Australia." So the sheep got onto the bus with the bus driver and rode all the way to the city. In the city, the sheep asked, "How do I get to Australia?" The train conductor said, "I don't know, but you can take my train to the port, and there you can ask how to get to Australia." So the sheep got onto the train with the conductor and rode all the way to the port. At the port, the sheep asked, "How do I get to Australia?" The ship captain said, "I know, you can take my ship to Australia." So the sheep got onto the ship with the captain to sail to Australia. Suddenly, there was a storm. The wind blew, the rain fell, the waves crashed into the ship. The ship was thrown this way and that way. The sheep got very scared. He said, "Oh no, we'll never make it to Australia." The ship captain said, "Don't worry, we have to do all that we can and have faith that everything will be okay." So they went inside and sang some songs. After a while, the storm died down, the wind stopped blowing, the rain stopped falling, the waves calmed, the sun came out. The sheep looked and he saw land. He asked, "Is that Australia?" The ship captain said, "Yes, that is Australia." When the sheep got out of the ship, he started to ask around for his family. The airline pilot said, "I know where your family is. Uh, they live on the other side of Australia. So we can take my airplane there." So the sheep got on the airplane with the pilot and flew all the way to the other side of Australia. There he got to visit with his family and meet all his cousins and see all the sights of Australia. He saw a kangaroo and a koala and even a platypus. The platypus looked very silly to the sheep. After a while, the sheep started missing his friends, the goat, the cow, and the rooster. So the sheep took the plane to the ship, to the port, to the train, to the city, to the bus, back to the village. There he found the farmer who took him in his truck back to the farm where he could tell his friends, the goat, the cow, and the rooster, all about his trip to Australia. The end.
Well, that sounds like a pretty fun story. How did you decide on Australia of all places?
So this is a story I have been telling little kids for about 20 years now. It actually integrates a lot of ideas about like narrative and intellectual development and stuff. Little kids love it. Like I I was at a family bar mitzvah, and one of my cousins. So because of COVID, I've barely seen his kids, and he has like a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old that I've barely ever met, and they were running around and being crazy, and he and his wife were like really were like really kind of trying to calm them down. I'm like, "Hey, let me tell you a story." So I start telling his sons the story, and both of them sit down quietly, listen to the entire story, and at the end, his younger son goes, "Again!"
I mean, it is a pretty fun story.
Um, for a child 2 to 4 years old, this story is like do not be surprised if a child asks you to read that story over and over and over again, because it has the exact type of repetition with expansion and narrative and arc that little kids absolutely love, because they're learning how to map their environment to get from one place to the other, like different forms of transportation, like, and so this is a story I've been telling for a good 20 years to little kids.
Growing up, I really liked a lot of Roald Dahl books. He had some anti-Semitic beliefs in his personal life, but he was
I finally went on Fiverr and paid somebody to make some illustrations for me, and I'm gonna put it together and put. And frankly, I mean, the reason I chose not to have it be color is because it was a lot cheaper. But frankly, I think it works better as a coloring book than it does as a whatchamacallit.
Black and white.
That's cool.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with it being a coloring. So, yeah.
Cool.
Cool.
I mean, when you were a little kid, are there any authors you like?
Me? Are
Like,
you
to the-
kidding? My parents used to make me clean my room before they would take me to the library. I read every single book in the children's section of the library, and then we moved to a different place, and I read every single book in the children's section of the other library we went to.
Yeah, for me it was mostly Dr. Seuss and Roald Dahl because I don't know. I guess there's something about the poetic, but yeah, I mean, clearly you've always sort of had been more intellectually mature for your peers.
So, Mark, how's it going? I want to say hi.
Yeah, I just thought I'd pop in and be quintessentially boomerish for you guys.
We love you, Mark.
How you guys doing? It sounds like Hezy's having a time of it. So prayers for Hezi and his
Yeah.
family and everybody in Israel.
I mean, are you seriously not concerned that the Iranians will escalate this, Jacob?
I don't know how they would escalate it beyond the things that they already have tried. I honestly don't know how Hezbollah, like, there's a point at which it's like, what are they going to actually do?
It might not just be Hezbollah. The thing I would be concerned about is potentially Iran might start bombing, like, not just little bombs, like direct bombs at like Tel Aviv and shit, or Jerusalem.
You imagine that Iran has an air force that would not get destroyed easily. Like, there's a level of capacity which Iran does not have to actually wage war with Israel.
I hope so.
One of the legitimate military channels or intel analysis channels pointed out that even an F-35 would have a hard time striking from Israel to Iran to make that hit that set off this latest round of reaction. So the Iranians are considerably many generations behind the F-35 Air Force wise. They have ballistic missiles. The last time was a gesture. I think everybody agreed it was just they lobbed things. They gave warnings ahead to various allies of Israel that there was incoming. So it was very much a gesture. It's yet to be seen if they're going to do likewise this time or if it'll be something more serious. But
if you want to know the reason why I was worried about escalation was because recently, I told you sometimes I go to some of the community schools around, and I was talking to one of the older guys who's very read up on Israeli history, and I asked him, and he teaches me, and he was saying he was worried that this might escalate into like a broader conflict. I mean, he might be wrong, but
Well,
he seemed like pretty educated.
Hezbollah has an ungodly number of missiles that they've not used. Their arsenal is,
I mean,
I've heard tens of thousands. I
the
don't know.
weirdest thing of all is like the Russians seem to be playing both sides of the Israel-Palestine throughout history. Because on the one hand, they've funded the Arabs, but on the other hand, they've also not really been like strongly against the Israelis either.
In what time frame? Putin definitely is anti-Israel.
Well, Putin is anti-Israel. What I mean is, I've heard some commentators say that the Russian strategy is to give the Arabs enough weapons to attack the Israelis, but not to actually be successful. I mean, I don't know whether this is true, but that's just one theory. And like they were pointing out, like when the Soviet Union could have like funded the Arabs more than they did during the various Israeli-Arab wars.
Right, but the Soviet Union collapsed decades ago.
Hezi points out it's over 100,000 missiles Hezbollah has accumulated, which would overwhelm Iron Dome, I assume, if were they to launch at all. On the other hand, were they to empty their cache, I can't imagine what would be left of Lebanon.
I mean, for example, I don't think Putin is like the biggest pro-Muslim. I mean, he invaded Chechnya, and killed a lot of Muslims there. I don't think he's a big fan of Palestinians, at least not in principle.
I mean, he's definitely. I mean, this idea that he doesn't necessarily he wants his enemies fighting, and he considers Israel, which it is. I mean, I keep on saying Israel is just a United States colony in the Middle East, and it is.
It kind of is.
And like, but ultimately, Iran doesn't care as much about Israel as they do about Saudi Arabia, and it's Saudi Arabia who is like Iran has to worry about.
Oh wait, I got lost. Yeah. I'm just looking at the chat real quick to catch up. Don't beat that at 100%.
Go to bed.
Yeah, has you really?
It may be hard to sleep. This could just be his. He kind of maybe we'll lull him into a REM state. With our droning.
To me, maybe it's just conspiracy thinking, but like I don't think historically the communist Russia or China, and I understand Russia's not technically communist, but I mean the Eastern anti-Western bloc. I believe they used the Palestinian cause as a way to demonize the Americans, but I don't think they actually want.
Kirk, you're talking about a time frame that is no longer applicable. Like current geopolitics are not a reflection of how geopolitics existed during the existence of the Soviet Union, and you can't extrapolate from one to the other. There's no relationship between the Soviet Union's foreign policy and Putin's foreign policy.
I mean, I agree they're definitely different. I just mean the West versus East divide, rather, is a better way to put it. But I just don't believe the Eastern states outside of the Arab world want to see the Palestinians actually successful as much as use it as a political pawn against the Americans.
There exists the West, and then exists other things. If you're thinking of like China and Russia as being on the same side, I think you're making a fundamental mistake that, frankly, I think a lot of the foreign policy establishment makes. But like after seeing the debacle that our foreign policy establishment has made in the Middle East, I've kind of given up on actually paying attention to them and thinking they have any idea what they're doing.
It's not about what I mean to say is, I don't think in his heart of hearts Putin really cares about whether or not Orgy whether or not Palestinians have a state. I think they use it as a propaganda tool. It's an agenda pushing thing. It, it's it's um it's a good way to demonize the Americans morally because they feel young progressives in the West will be delusioned with their own government if they see what that America's funding Israel and they believe Israel is doing all these terrible things to the Palestinians. But I don't think that's because Putin is like a humanitarian or anything.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
And sad because like there's nobody on the geopolitical stage to actually advocate for the Palestinians.
Young God did touch on something that's correct, I think, is that it probably is more to do about money than anything else. The US dollar is a global reserve currency and nobody else
It's also
is.
geopolitical control.
No, I honestly don't think money has a lot to
I'm trying
do
to
with it.
figure out how to get these on.
With regard to the Palestinian Israeli conflict?
Yeah.
Or I thought we were talking Russia for a second. I'd say Russia is a different. Russia and China are both.
I mean, for example, Iran during the war in Iraq was supportive of the Bush administration and went into Iraq. So did Russia support the war on terror. China is currently genociding the Uyghurs, the Turkish Uyghurs in China. So these aren't pro-Muslim states.
Kirk, you're confusing things with irrelevancies here. When it comes down to it, there's very few, like when you look at the political structures of the various countries, there's always a what's called a Baptists and bootleggers thing where in order for a political unit like a nation to make a decision, there are various interests which align, and money interests are always one part of the interests that align to do anything, right? So when people say, oh, like Halliburton wanted us to go into Iraq, like we're talking about a nation as big as the United States. If you think that Halliburton controls the United States foreign policy, you're
Silly.
doing things in simplistic ways that are just idiotic. Like
I agree.
There's no individual person at Halliburton who's making a decision like that. At the same time, obviously Halliburton has it's one of many companies which has influence on how our politics are run in the United States. It's many different interests which align to make any country make a decision.
Yeah, I mean I haven't read all of it, but I've heard of and I've had experts, not experts, excerpts from Baptists and bootlickers, and it is true. Like it's not as simple as there's money interest. There's useful idiots, and those useful idiots are often exploited by special interests, and not idiots, but
Kirk, okay, just stop. You're not contributing to this conversation very well.
What do you want me to say?
Can you hear me at all? I'm trying like new headphones. I don't know if you can actually hear or not.
We can hear you. Your connection's not great.
Oh, so it's just glitching up.
Yeah.
You want to? Okay, Rebecca just got here. I don't know if you want to say hi.
Hello, Rebecca.
Hi.
We've heard nothing about you.
I know.
So tell us all about yourself, Rebecca.
I feel like you guys were talking about important things.
No, we were talking about things that don't matter at all. Like, who cares what we think about
like the war of
international wars and stuff?
Oh yeah. We love that.
Are you excited for your trip to Colorado?
Yeah, I am. I'm super excited for the trip to Colorado.
Wow. How long of a drive is that?
Well, the way we're going is kind of roundabout because we're visiting a bunch of people, so it's going to be like 50-ish hours of driving. It'll take like a week to do it or something.
I drove all the way to Indiana and back. I
Oh,
live in Los Angeles.
oh.
How many
How
hours
long did
is
that take?
2 weeks. I stopped 3 weeks. I stopped in a bunch of different places to meet people, and it was a lot of fun. I loved it. I took Happy with me. Happy, she's sleeping.
Is this a dog?
Yeah.
The dog.
Has he go to
And
bed?
we had an event in Chicago, and that's when I met Garth and Luke, and was it the first time I met Chad? I think it was the first time I met Chad. I met Laura. Yeah, I met a lot of people. It was a
Is
lot
that
of
when
fun.
Luke got you drunk?
What?
Is that when Luke got you drunk?
That is when Luke got me drunk.
He took advantage of you?
Yeah.
He slipped him a Mickey.
I
Not
heard
really.
it.
Rebecca, if you did not know, that's how you spell your name in Hebrew.
What? Oh, cool. All right,
Rivka?
cool. Yeah.
You say it Rivka, right?
Is that?
Rivka, yeah.
Yeah. I love it when people call me Rivka. It makes me so happy.
All right, guys, have a good night. Good luck tomorrow. After at 3:15 Pacific, it's going to be me and Neil. Socialism versus capitalism.
Which side are you taking?
Capitalism.
I put the red background behind my face on the.
Yeah, which side are you taking? Oh,
Well, I mean, it's all in good fun. It was his idea, so I'm just rolling along. He's going to be in. Yeah, I'll just let him take over and see what he wants to talk about. But he called it a convo on capitalism and socialism. So
I was gonna
I
ask
set
you
it up.
before you go.
Sure.
I mean, I caught one of your videos earlier today, but are you? I mean, I don't know if this is too personal, but are you doing okay? I know you said you were kind of like on the slump down.
Oh yeah, I'm all right. Oh, I'm here.
Yeah.
It's just part of living with mood disorder. So yeah, no, it's all right. It's all right. All is good. All is good.
And
yeah, I did. I think I don't think I have anybody is banned on my channel anymore, Yon God. So you're welcome to come over and not expose anything.
Goodbye, Mark.
Bye, guys. Have a good night. Nice to
We'll
meet
miss
you,
you.
Rebecca. God bless.
That's right, tomorrow. I'll see you then, hopefully.
Is Jason going tomorrow?
Jason's in Tennessee.
Yeah, I'm in Tennessee. I'm closer to
You're
you.
welcome, though,
We should
if
hang
you
out.
want to come over.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah. I mean, I'm probably reading way too much into this. I just been a little bit nervous since October 7th. I hope you understand where I'm coming from.
I do. I think you should spend less time online. And with that, I'm gonna say I'm gonna put Kirk to bed.
That's why he doesn't have a wrench.
So, Rebecca, tell us about yourself. How'd you meet this Jason guy?
Oh, I'm at a coffee shop. Like what, 3 years ago or something.
Yeah.
We can barely hear you.
I know these headphones. They're cheap.
You wanted to switch headphones. Hold on 1 second. We'll try to switch.
He gave me his fancy headphones.
Yes.
And now he's using cheap ones, and that's why they suck.
Can you still hear it?
We could just use your plug-in one.
There, I can connect to those.
Matthew wants to know the goods. They froze. It's all your fault, Andrew.
That's no good.
They're absolutely frozen.
Mm-hmm. Paralyzed with fear.
Paralyzed with fear. What are we gonna do? we could make up a story about them. So they met in church.
Hello?
There you are. You're back.
Oh, they're gone again.
Now they're stuck again. There we go. Now I'm back. Okay, there you are. You're back, I think.
Oh, everybody's so cute. It's so crazy. You can see all these comments. That's fun.
Sandy thinks you two are adorable. You're back, kind of. Can you hear us? I don't think they can hear us. Just when we left, we lost the boomers. We're like in Boomer Town.
Right, is this working now?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, is that better? Okay, there you go. So we met at a coffee shop.
You met at a coffee shop.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're just hanging around in weird coffee shops and talking to girls? Jason, you're such
that's what he does.
man.
Yeah.
You're such the man.
I don't know what I was doing there.
We were both
meeting
like,
Mike.
we were with Mike, and I was with a bunch of other people, and we
She
were
was
both
with
having like respective crazy theological conversations, and both of our friend groups just kind of meshed in. And we had one giant.
You met a female having a crazy theological discussion? Like
in a real person coffee
I
shop.
believe I was talking about fairies.
Yeah,
at
we
that
were
time as well.
talking about fairies.
Yeah.
Jason, you are the luckiest man on earth. Like
It didn't kill me.
like all of us are having weird theological discussions and there's like 0 females involved.
I know how lucky I am. Like it blows my mind because the only time you can have these conversations is in this little corner, but this is actually in real life. Yeah, and she's from Seattle, right? That's weird.
That was weird.
And ended
You're
up in
from
East
Seattle?
Tennessee.
What are you doing in Tennessee?
I ran away.
Well, that's understandable.
I mean, I love Seattle, but it was a little much.
So, what is your theology then?
That's a big question.
Yeah, and since you're having theological discussions, you should be able. So, are you a Trinitarian?
I am like the most anti-label person you'll probably ever meet. I hate if you gotta put a name tag on it. That's gonna make our life a little complicated.
Not Trinitarian, I approve.
Stop.
Have you met Michael Sartori? Michael Sartori is our resident cabinet maker.
Funny.
So if you need cabinets, the person to ask is Michael Sartori.
In what city
Actually,
would I need cabinets in?
I'm not the person to ask because I work for a company and that does not. I have like a non-compete clause, so I can do anything but cabinets for you if you want.
Really?
That's helpful.
You're not allowed to make cabinets off work?
I can for myself, but not to sell.
Interesting. Michael also has 3 daughters?
Yep.
3 daughters. Oldest one is 5?
Like dope?
6.
6.
6, 4, and 1.
6, 4, and 1.
Wow.
Yep. One of the best conversations I've ever had on my channel is with Michael and his wife, whose name I forgot. Mandy? I remembered. Yeah, I had this thing. Actually, when I got back from my trip all the way to Chicago and back, one of the things I decided to do was have more discussions with couples. And Michael and Mandy were one of the couples I had a discussion with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like some of those. You should do more of those. They're good.
Well, there aren't that many couples to have discussions with.
That's true.
Andrew, like, girls keep on asking Andrew out, and he like doesn't know how to deal with it, so he never ends up going out with them.
Oh no!
But like all these girls, like throw
about Trey?
themselves at Andrew, and he has no clue how to respond.
I've heard that. Because he's handsome and tall. People are shocked by his height.
Mark also met his wife 33 years ago, speaking about theological issues with friends. See, and people tell me, stop talking about theological issues, you might get married. Guess it's not true.
Isn't Trey in the relationship now? Why don't you have him in?
Trey is in a
Just
relationship.
embarrass him in front of his girl?
I don't know if Trey's girlfriend knows I exist. I'm pretty sure she does know I exist. But, like, I don't think she would be coming to Estuary.
Is Trey going to Estuary?
Yes, Trey is coming.
Cool.
Cool.
What were you guys talking about for the last 4 hours? I mean, I heard some of it, but just random bits.
So Jason's been trying to induct us into Satanism.
I came for the fairies.
I'm reading this book about it's by a reverend. This is a Christian book, Trinitarian book. No, I don't know if it is, but it was about elves, fauns, and fairies. It's kind of like a metaphysics of fairyland. So I've been trying to read through it, but every time I try to start the actual text,
Jacob comes and saves you.
something comes up, or Jacob comes in here and saves me from the demon fairy hell that I'm gonna die on. And so it's been all over the place. We talked about Lilith a little bit, then we talked about the war. What else? What were you gonna say? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I think that's your mic, Jason.
Oh no.
Something's brushing up against your mic and sounding kind of loud. I think. Yeah.
Did it go away?
Yes.
Okay. We know what the problem is. Sorry.
Are you saying Rebecca is the problem, Jason? Why are you so mean to Rebecca?
I still had my wired headphones
I
plugged
need
in,
things to
and then she was
fidget with.
fidgeting with them. So I think it was going through
I was
both.
just rubbing the mic.
Or use these crystals. Fidget with the crystals.
Crystals?
Don't let the fairies kill you. It's okay, I'm burning sage at the same time, so it counterbalances all of this stuff.
Okay.
I've got it under control.
Just as long as you're burning incense, it's all good.
Yeah.
So what have you been up to, Michael?
Just work and all that stuff, and busy. And I'm now arriving at my church for in real life Bible study. So I'm going to end this.
What part of the Bible?
Genesis.
Oh, so the real Bible. Good job.
Yeah, there's so much stuff about Jesus in there that people just don't pay attention to. So.
Are you going to do it in the Hebrew?
I don't know. I mean, not. I'm sure we'll look up some words here and there, but. All right, I gotta go. See you guys.
Have fun.
Yeah.
So what are you guys gonna be doing in Colorado?
I'm gonna be living there. Kinda.
Living in Colorado. How come Colorado?
Oh, a church.
Oh, what kind of church?
It's an Orthodox church.
Orthodox? Which patriarchate?
Oh, it's patriarchate?
Yeah.
Like what?
Well, I
you
mean,
don't know what that word means.
Orthodox.
What? I don't know what that is either.
If it's when you said Orthodox, I'm guessing Eastern Orthodox, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so like Greek, Antiochian.
It's OCA. The church that I'm going to be going to is in OCA.
Oh, OCA. Very nice. So you're going to be working at the church?
Nah, I've been visiting out in Colorado for years and years, and finally just decided, because I live in an RV, I decided, why am I still in Tennessee before this happened? And then so I just decided to go to Colorado.
Yeah, she was going to become a nun.
Really? You were thinking of becoming a nun?
I was thinking of becoming a monastic. I was loosely thinking of becoming a monastic.
Have you watched my channel much?
Oh, no.
No.
So I have there's a playlist of my discussions with Father Stephen DeYoung.
I've heard the name, not familiar.
You're not familiar with Father Stephen DeYoung?
No. I've heard the name a lot.
You were going to become an OCA monastic, and you don't know Father Stephen DeYoung. I am so disappointed in you, Rebecca. I don't know what to say.
Right?
So Father Stephen DeYoung, he wrote it's Faith of the Apostles. Is that the name of the first book?
Religion of the Apostles.
Religion of the Apostles. No, I think you probably would really like him. He's very popular. The Lord of Spirits podcast. He's very popular in Eastern Orthodox circles. He's Antiochian, but OCA Antiochian. Most of the people around here Antiochian or OCA or Greek Orthodox. So, yeah. So that's really interesting. Wow. Yeah. I wonder what you would think of some of the discussions we've had about Orthodoxy and stuff. So Trey, Tim, who hasn't been so much involved on my channel. So since Jason and I do the Hebrew Bible study, Tim wanted to do a Greek Bible study. So he was running the Greek Bible study, and Father Stephen came on, and it was like 6 hours long, our first Bible study. But yeah, Tim, Trey, and I went to, so there's a Greek Orthodox monastery. It's a female monastery, so it's convent, but it's a monastery. In Dunlap, California.
Okay.
And we went out there and we talked to Mother Markella, who's like the abbess there.
Yeah.
And it was a really it was a very interesting discussion. Well, I mean, if you're OCA, you're a monarchical Trinitarian, which makes you much better than the other types of Trinitarians. Egalitarian Trinitarians are just
way better than my
followers. Like, yeah, they're see, she's OCA, so like.
I'm not Orthodox yet.
You're not Orthodox yet. Are you going to be a catechist?
I mean, I'm a catechumen. I am a catechumen. I've been a catechumen for like a year and a half, 2 years almost.
Okay, so when are you getting baptized?
I don't know. To be decided. I'm still studying.
You're still wondering if you actually want to do it or not?
I guess. I don't know. I take things very seriously.
Good. That's good.
Yeah.
You should make Jason go to catechumen classes with you.
I'll make him.
Okay. I'll go. Maybe it'll cure me of my paganism. Believing in fairies.
Me too.
I feel like I've already asked you this before. What's your favorite Bible story?
Oh, that changes. There's no one. Does anybody have one favorite Bible story? Do you have one favorite Bible story?
No, I have the favorite book.
What's your favorite book?
I'm trying to think. Ecclesiastes.
I guess that. Yeah. People ask me what my favorite book of the Bible is, and I don't like that question because they're like the different books of the Bible are so different. Mm-hmm. It's like asking what's your favorite food, and it's like, well, you can ask me what my favorite dessert is, and you can ask me what my favorite like breakfast is, but you can't ask me what my favorite food is, because as much as like I love cholezard, for example, I don't want to have it for breakfast. Although the fact is I love cholezard enough that I'll have it for breakfast. Cholezard is saffron pudding,
Whoa, that
like
sounds
saffron.
fancy. Saffron's expensive.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Cholazard is that expensive to make, but yeah, it's saffron rice pudding. Yeah.
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 Well, I have a favorite food too, so I'm just
Eggs.
eggs.
What's your favorite food?
Eggs. Eggs.
Just
Eggs.
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 Just eggs. No,
Just raw eggs.
not raw.
Yeah, just raw eggs.
Not raw. If I had to, I could.
Like what kind of eggs?
I don't know. Fried, hard boiled.
Fried, crispy
Fried.
on
I
the
like
bottom.
fried. If I have the egg I showed earlier in the video, that was like one of the perfect ones. If I can get it crispy on the bottom with the yolk still runny, it's perfect.
I don't like when the white is runny. That's why I get it
it's
over
not as good.
medium.
It's kind of like a booger.
Yeah.
Or snot.
A
Yeah.
loogie. Yeah.
Loogie.
Like a wet
Yeah.
loogie.
That's true.
Poached eggs are good, but I don't know how to poach eggs myself. But they're good.
I don't either.
I kind of learned how to poach eggs last year, but I don't know if it was right.
Did it taste good?
They were cooked and it tasted good, so I kept eating them.
So it's right.
Jacob,
Yeah.
do you have a favorite Bible story though?
Favorite Bible story? I mean, I
Today.
talk about the story of Cain and Abel more than most people do. I don't know if that makes it my favorite.
I don't know if
Because
I
it
have a
can
favorite.
go anywhere.
I talk about the story of Korach a lot.
Korah?
Yeah.
And the earth. That's the one where the earth swallows them up, right? Where they try to.
Yep.
What's that story?
So Korah, he was a Levite, and he decided that Aaron and Moses were arrogating too much power to themselves. And he says, but all the people are holy. Why do you raise yourself above the other people? And Moses falls on his face and he prays to God, and he gets back up and he says to Korah, it is too much for you, sons of Levi. And he says, we will have a test. Everyone get censers and put incense in your censers and bring an offering in the morning. And they do. And when Korah and his, there were like 220 of them. I forget what exactly the number was. When they light their censers, the earth opens up and swallows them up.
Wow.
Yep.
It's a good story. Joseph is great. Many levels to that story. It's what, as he says, there is like Jesus, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what drew you to the OCA?
I mean, it's not really OCA specific. It's just that was the first Orthodox church I was really introduced to. I guess I visited a lot of different Orthodox.
It's a really
So you
pretty
like
church.
the liturgy, or you like the icons?
I mean, I kind of like all of it. I like most of it. Yeah, I like most of it. I think with I was raised, I don't know, evangelical, like Northern Baptist, and I don't know. I think the way that I've lived my life as an adult, and like as I've wrestled like theologically, I kind of feel like everything that I keep running into within the Orthodox Church just ends up making sense in what I already understand in the world and in the like invisible world. So I'm rolling with it for now.
Do you listen to Jonathan Pajot? Have you read Matthew Pajot?
I've not read his stuff. I've listened like years ago. I listened to Jonathan Pajot's podcast a few times. Not very much, but a bit. Yeah.
So who introduced you to Orthodoxy?
I was actually
Yeah,
What?
talk about this. Tell you the whole thing. Get to know you. How you moved here with the band, the tour, all that stuff.
I was on tour. I'm not a musician. I'm just a groupie with my friend's band, and the other band that we were touring with a few summers ago. They live in Colorado Springs, and two of them were Orthodox. And I had already been like, Jonathan Pajot, like I had little things in the world that I had been introduced to, had no idea about Orthodoxy or anything like that. But while I was on tour with them, we just got really close, and my friends gave me a prayer book, and so I was like reading through the prayers and stuff, and then ended up we had a show at like a hometown show for them for their band, and then I went to a liturgy with them while I was out there, and just kind of fell in love.
Have you spoken with Sherry?
No, I haven't spoken with anybody.
You would love Sherry. Jason, you have to get Rebecca in touch with Sherry.
Okay, they're both carnivore too, so there you go. They can talk about meat and stuff.
meat
orthodoxy.
I didn't.
So, I think you would absolutely love Sherry. I actually drove and visited her. She lives in Canada, like in British Columbia.
Oh yeah, I mean that's where I'm from.
Kind of. I mean, she's like 100 miles north of Vancouver.
She says I'm here.
Sherry's here. There you go. Sherry,
fun here.
The two of you guys, I think the two of you would really get along. So she also joined the Eastern Orthodox Church, and I think she used to be a band groupie. I'm pretty sure.
No way. That's awesome.
What kind of music?
Well, it's hard to explain. The band that I was touring with is like, how do you describe them? Like folk rock. I don't know. They're
that folk.
Like folk-ish. Kind of like poppy folk symphonic. I don't know. They're
poppy
weird.
Folk symphonic.
But the band that we were touring with was just like hardcore metal. It was not a good matching. I would not put them together again.
Metal.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound very Christian.
Oh, they're super Christian.
Oh, it's a Christian metal band?
Yeah.
Christian metal band.
They're called a Yarsa. I don't know. Do you know?
That's not the band you were touring.
No, it's I was touring with
yeah.
Adji, but Yarsa is the one they're the Orthodox ones.
Oh, okay. Yarsa.
So Sherry said
it's a planet in C.S. Lewis's space trilogy.
Oh.
She's 800 kilometers north of Vancouver.
Oh,
she says she wasn't a band groupie.
She was a wedding singer.
Oh, wedding singer. Ooh.
In Switzerland.
That sounds like a movie.
What?
Yeah, she lived in Switzerland.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, she's got a great story.
That's cool.
She does. Yeah. So Pastor Tanner is in Colorado, but he's
I don't know who that is.
In Colorado. You don't know Pastor Tanner? I actually visited him on my way out. Pastor Tanner. He is in Leadville, Colorado.
I have no idea where that is. But all right.
So Leadville is 125 miles from Colorado Springs.
2 hours?
Is that? I'm trying to think of where my cousin lives. I wonder if that's Leadville. It starts with an L. Is Leadville like is it really high in altitude?
Yes.
Oh,
is
yeah.
it the highest incorporated city? I think that's where my
Something
cousin
like
lives.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Pastor Tanner actually runs the mine out there, but he's the pastor of his Baptist church there. Yeah.
I wonder if my cousin, she works, I think, for the company, or she was working for the company, something to do with the mine. I wonder if she works for her. I should ask her. She knows Pastor Tanner.
Pastor Tanner's a really nice guy. He was live streaming when you started live streaming, and I was talking on his live stream, and I jumped onto your live stream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What's it? He has his own channel or something?
Yeah.
I've never
He's much bigger on Twitch than he is on YouTube, but he does his sermon preparations on whatchamacallit.
We got to pull this up here. We got to ask this question.
If I were a Christian, which denomination would I be? I would be Eastern Orthodox. Yeah. I would probably be Antiochian. Monarchical Trinity.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Although
leaning more Catholic because it's way more pagan, I feel like. Than all the other ones.
honestly, I mean,
Yeah,
I
they
think
are.
if you're actually going to be Eastern Orthodox in the United States and not be a Protestant Eastern Orthodox, then you got to be Catholic. Because like you live in the United States, right? So like who's the patriarch who's kind of sort of, and if the reason why you're not being Roman Catholic is because of the monarchical trinity and the filioque and stuff, then that's kind of Protestant, no? I think so.
Yeah, Eastern Orthodox, I will say, I've said this before, I think it's the prettiest denomination, for sure. The most beautiful. But in the church that she's going to, she sent me pictures. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's a really pretty church.
So if you come out to California, you'll have to go to the monastery in Dunlap and meet Mother Markella.
I'll do that for sure.
How far is that from you?
It's a 4-hour drive.
Oh my gosh, why is everything so far?
Which direction?
Well, part of the problem is you can't drive straight. You have to drive north and then you have to drive east because like it's in the mountains. So yeah, it's not actually so far, but it's in the mountains. So that's why. Yeah.
I was told about one of the monasteries in Arizona, I think.
Yeah, so there's a male Greek Orthodox monastery in Arizona that I've been meaning to go visit, and I haven't.
Why are you going to go there?
So part of the whole
Preach the
Fountain of
gospel?
Comfort thing has been an idea of having a sort of retreat that's like mental health, but it's near something like a monastery, right? The problem is, I mean, if it's in Arizona, like there are jurisdictional issues with being centered in California. So like I want to stay in California. And Mother Markella did not think it was a good idea to have the retreat near the monastery, her monastery, which is understandable because of the nuns. So like it would make more sense with a male monastery, but we don't really have any Eastern Orthodox monasteries in Southern California that have male monastics. Yeah.
What's the Fountain of Comfort thing?
Oh, Fountain of Comfort. Why? Thank you for asking.
Throw the logo up. Change the brand.
You said the magic words. Why? Thank you. Fountain of Comfort is my charity, which I started, which is supposed to be a public resource for mental health, and it's an attempt to take a lot of the discussions that we've been having in this little corner / Jordan Peterson sphere and make them operationalize them into something that's meaningful and actually does something in real life. That's actually why I went back to school and I'm getting my master's of social work to become a clinical social worker. And so there's a link in the description if you want to donate to Fountain of Comfort.
Yeah, can I change the brand right now, or will it screw something up if I switch it over?
You can change the brand. I mean, we'll suddenly be on the Fountain of Comfort brand.
See, there we go.
Yeah, that's the Fountain of Comfort brand. Yeah.
So what does that mean if you're trying to take the conversational pieces and make it more practical? What does that actually look like?
So part of the hope is that we'll actually be offering. So one of my criticisms of our current mental health paradigm is we link the funding of mental health with individual people who are the patients, and I don't think that's a very good way of dealing with mental health. So, for example, I had a discussion actually with Jason's sister. What was your sister's name?
Jessica.
And so she was talking about the kids that she works with getting adopted, right? And William, who I think Jason knows, you wouldn't know Billy Ray, but Billy Ray is like a foster parent, right? And so
you've seen him. Yeah, she saw me talking to him.
Billy Ray's an excellent human being. And like, it's kids in the foster system need mental health assistance, but that's not about the individual kid. It's also about the individual kid, but it's also about the family, and it's also about the larger family and everything that's involved. And so, like, the hope is that Fountain of Comfort is going to be a resource for having better mental health information for families, for systems, and hiring professionals not to be like, oh, there's one mentally ill person, I need to help that individual. Although that's also going to be a part of it, but more in terms of, hey, we have a community here. Our community has mental health needs, and viewing it in a public
Systematic.
Yeah. And so my hope is, and what I've been asking for people is to actually contribute to Fountain of Comfort. And we have a board of directors. I'm very proud of our board of directors. And the board, as we have money, we're going to spend it where we see the capacity to do the most for mental health. Now, another aspect of that has been recognizing. So I had a discussion on Fountain of Comfort last Thursday night about like, what is mental health and what does mental health look like, right? So what is mental health? Somebody goes out into the forest and they're communing with God and they're living the life of a hermit. Is that a mentally healthy person or not? Right? And some people would say no. But I think in order to have, so before I incorporated Fountain of Comfort, I went and I spoke to my rabbi, and I went with Tim and Trey to talk to Mother Markella. And what my rabbi told me completely changed how I was going to do things. And then when I spoke to Mother Markella, I never imagined a Greek Orthodox abbess sounding like a Hasidic rabbi before, but she said the exact same things. And the way my rabbi put it is, he said, a religious plumber doesn't start a synagogue that offers plumbing services. He has a plumbing business that is run according to Jewish law, right? And Mother Markella said people come to her and ask her to help people with schizophrenia. And just like she prays for people with cancer, she'll pray for people with schizophrenia, but they still need to go to a doctor, right? So part of the idea of Fountain of Comfort is it's going to be psychology. It's not going to be like an attempt to be a church or a synagogue or anything like that. But it's going to integrate religion in the way that a religious plumber, right? Like, he's being a plumber. He's not like being a pastor, but he's doing it in a faithful manner. And that's part of the hope of Fountain of Comfort is, so like, we're not going to be evangelical in any sort of way because first of all, I'm Jewish and it's against my religion. But part of the idea was like, if we have a retreat, it would be near a monastery so that if somebody needs to, like, so somebody who's like, I wouldn't say we would encourage them to go to the monastery, but it would be there for them to get spiritual direction, right? And so, yeah, that's the idea.
Okay. I'm curious. That sounds really cool. I'm very, well, I don't know. Like, the idea of mental health being systematic is really important to me. That being like family systems, especially. I mean, any sort of community system, but especially within family systems, like, you can't, like, if one person decides to get mental health help and their whole family system doesn't follow along, it's a lot harder to make a change in like the right direction, you know? So I'm curious, I don't know if you even know what that would look like, but how do you plan to make that part of the conversation or part of the effort? And like, how do you scoop on the systems that are surrounding the people that are looking for like personal mental health help?
So this is the clip. This is Jordan Peterson was on Joe Rogan, and this is the clip. Like, I loved when he said this.
Let's talk about fairies.
Because the classic therapist produced view of mental health is that mental health is sort of inside you. You know, it's in your psyche, it's in your mind, but it's not. Like, your mental health is the harmony of your existence in relationship to the future and other people. Because
mental health is the harmony of your existence in relation to yourself and other people.
Yeah.
Right. And so, so when I first started, I started studying as a substance abuse counselor, partially because I think substance abuse is the most practical and actual, like, and frankly, I think there's a lot that substance abuse counseling has contributed to psychology in ways people don't recognize. But two concepts I got from substance abuse, which I think are really important. One is the idea of the identified patient. So in substance abuse, when you talk about the patient, you talk about the identified patient, because
still listening.
Because it's not just the individual, let's say alcoholic, right? A person doesn't become a chronic alcoholic, like, and then have everybody in their family and everybody around them also be like just perfectly mentally healthy people. That doesn't happen, right?
Yeah.
And actually, that's, so people the word codependent, you've probably heard of it.
Oh yeah.
People use it a lot, but they almost always misunderstand it. So
I'm still listening.
The word codependent actually comes from substance abuse research, and what they found out, it doesn't refer to being dependent on each other. That's what most people think when they think codependent.
Right.
Codependent actually means being dependent on alcohol. a codependent is the person who is dependent on alcohol in relationship to the alcoholic.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
because I mean I've heard codependent being like the codependent has their own addiction to
exactly
the other person or whatever. Like
well,
a codependent is just
yes.
a different type of addiction.
It is, but
It's
so the way codependent was identified was we found out that, let's say somebody is an alcoholic, right? And they refuse to get treatment. If you provide therapy to their codependent, the person who is enabling them,
right?
The dependent, the person who's an alcoholic, is more likely to actually become to recover from their alcoholism, right?
Totally.
Because, like, being the alcoholic, that's the identified person with the problem, but it's not the only person who has a problem. Each human being lives in a system with other human beings, right? And this is actually part of the problem. So therapists in California can be social workers, can be professional counselors, can be psychologists, can be psychiatrists, or they can be marital and family therapists. All 5 of these do the same. They're all licensed to do therapy, right? And the difference between them is how the profession's developed, but all of them do the same thing, except psychiatrists can also prescribe medication, right? But so a marital and family therapist is supposed to be helping the entire family. Like, it's supposed to be a relationship thing, right? And really a social worker wasn't initially supposed to be the clinical, like a psychologist or a counselor supposedly is helping the individual. So one of the things that I've actually been talking a lot about, you might be interested in the discussion we had on Thursday on what is mental health. Mm-hmm. But first of all, I think support groups, group therapy, it's been proven to work as well as individual therapy. I think most people who are having individual therapy should be in groups. And despite the fact it's not as much fun for me as the clinician, I think it's just really beneficial. And economically, it makes more sense. What?
Like group therapy?
Mm-hmm.
You don't enjoy it as much?
I don't enjoy it, no. It's a lot less fun for a clinician because, like, first of all, it's a lot harder. Second, you're less. So in an individual therapy session, like you develop a relationship with the individual, right? Which in a sense can be like very rewarding and fun and meaningful. But if a group is working well, like, they forget you're there.
Yeah.
Right? They're interacting with each other. They're building a relationship with each other, right? And it's a very different skill. It's not as much fun to run groups as it is to do individual therapy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And to some extent, in some ways, like in individual therapy, you can have a lot more insight and breakthrough, like, because people can't be as open in group. Yeah. But group can really change people a lot faster and better than individual can. So it really depends. I mean, I'm not saying one or the other, but one of the things. So here, I will show you the Fountain of Comfort website.
Well, would this, like with the whole idea of group therapy and stuff, would that, I mean, that would kind of tie in the whole idea of like the TLC, Jordan Peterson sphere, all that stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean estuary is kind of a support group. It really is. So our programs. Well, here I will show you our board of directors. There's Yosef. He's the chairman. Tim. He's the treasurer. He's the guy who had the Greek Bible study. There's Trey. I have no idea why he's the secretary, but he is. Jules is father. He is Father Stephen DeYoung's godson, and Gage is also a social work student.
That name and that photo, he looks like a punk rocker. Gage.
I mean, his name is Gage.
Yeah.
Okay, so where were we? Oh, the programs. So first of all, this discussion at the Chino conference we had was pretty awesome, if I do say so myself. So Dr. Gary has been a psychiatrist for like 75 years now. Yeah, he's in his he's 98. I think he just turned 99. So our 3 programs, one is professional development. So part of it is getting people who are in the mental health profession together. So anybody who's in the mental health profession, please come look at the website, get involved. But peer counseling, that's one of the big things, is I think we need to train people to be able to run groups, support groups, so that you don't necessarily need a licensed mental health professional. So part of how I describe it is, so when we talk about physical health, right, you have like personal trainers and nutritionists who aren't doctors, right? And then you have doctors, and then you have specialists, right? And I think in mental health, you should have similar categories, right? Not everybody needs to necessarily be going to a licensed mental health clinician. They may just, and that's part of having healthy communities, is peer counseling, like teaching people who are able to be able to be like your friend who tells you how to work out, right?
Yeah.
Your friend who helps you figure out, hey, maybe you should be eating better, right? So having that type of public education the same way on mental health as we do with, because part of the problem that I've been seeing a lot of is you have pop psychology go airborne, right? And people misinterpret it and misunderstand it. And then it falls back on, like, the American Psychological Association has lost its mind. Absolutely lost its mind. It really has, right? And a lot of the popular psychology that people talk about, like, they misunderstand it and they're misapplying it. And having, I don't know if you've heard of Jonathan Haidt, but he and Greg Lukianoff wrote a book, The Coddling of the American Mind, which I have been buying for parents because some really bad ideas about psychology have gone airborne. And like we are in reinforcing things we know to cause mental illness in the population. Like, that's horrific. We should not be doing that, but we are.
Yeah.
That's That's because 50% of everyone is an NPC, statistically speaking, Jacob. I would say closer to 30%, but yes, there's a lot of NPCs out there.
I didn't know what Sherry meant up here. Groups are terrifying. What is TLC? Where's the tear
Groups
my hair
are
out emoji?
intimidating. I mean, any sort of group therapy is terrifying. You don't know if you can trust everybody in the group.
Well,
but it's effective. It's regardless of its. Well, I think the most terrifying things are usually the things that change you the most. So yeah, they are terrifying and very effective.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
That's cool. Well, yeah, that sounds cool. I had a conversation with my dad as a marriage and family therapist, and so I grew up in a very mental health friendly household, or a very therapy friendly household.
Mm-hmm.
And he and I had a big conversation a couple years ago publicly about like just family systems and trying to change the conversation from it's a one person problem to it's a systematic problem.
So does your father agree with that or disagree with
that? For sure. For sure. Yeah. Oh no, it's very clearly like, no, this is, I mean, more power to whoever wants to make a change, but like if you can get the family on board or the community or whoever is involved in the system, whatever the system is.
So your father would be very welcome to get involved with Fountain of Comfort. We would love to have him.
Oh, yeah. I'll talk to him.
Yeah.
You're a father elf.
I'm an elf.
You're an elf? Okay. Yeah. All right. Get in, David. Come in here. You have the secret key. Come in through the back door like Jacob did. Then we can talk about fairies again.
Yeah, what happened to fairies? Why do you hate fairies?
We'll have to
so
change
much,
the branding back. We don't want fairies on his Fountain of Comfort thing. Before we change the brand back, go donate Fountain of Comfort.
There's a link in the description. No, there isn't a link in the description.
Oh, put it in there.
Put a link in the description. Here.
I don't know.
Well, now that we're talking about it,
I will put
link
a
in the
link.
description.
Not in the description, but in the chat.
And then if we start talking about fairies again, we'll go back to my brand.
I mean, we'll talk about fairies again, but is Fountain of Comfort like California specific?
Well, it is a California charity, but Gage lives in Connecticut, and Ryan is in Texas, and I forget what state Emma and Colin are in, but I mean, I had to be like, I'm in Los Angeles. It kind of like, but my hope is that it'll be more, but we're incorporated in California, and
it's got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'll be excited to see that grow, whatever form it takes. That's cool. So fairies.
Branding. Switch it back. There we go.
You have branding with different names?
Yeah, because Jacob pays for all this, and he's extremely nice and gives
Jacob pays for all this, and Jason just mooches off of Jacob.
I do. I've told him before, I can change it to this background. I did this. I put some of my artist backgrounds. Now this is Jesus, the Ascension. You can't see it, but he's holding balloons and floating up through the clouds.
Yeah.
But it didn't work very well.
Do people hate it?
I don't know. This is the first time I put it on there. I got distracted. Here's a Chad kangaroo. Everybody loves this.
Terrifying. That is terrifying.
Yeah, those are my goals. Be just like that kangaroo, pouch and all. So I don't know. I don't know what to talk about. I've been sitting here for like 3.5 hours. Yeah. It's been a while. You've been here the whole time too.
I have.
You've been going. Yeah.
We should probably end this.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. I'll go eat some eggs. Some more eggs.
Yeah.
You can go
eat more of this. Oh, David's here. He hopped in.
David. I've met David before.
Yep.
Hello. Hello, friends.
What's up?
Oh, nothing much. I just got back from vacation. It was wonderful.
Oh, where were you vacationing at?
Just this small town. My wife and I are really into theater. We did this weekend where we saw a play 3 days in a row. It was great.
The same play?
No. 3 different plays. That would be
like,
yeah. That would be
that's so weird.
that would
But,
be
okay,
less
cool.
enjoyable. Yeah. Yeah. No, we saw one show is called The Farm Show. This other one called Saving Graceland, which has aspects of an Elvis impersonator, but made me cry more than basically anything I've seen in 10 years. And then one about the last woman tried of witchcraft in Ontario. These were the plays I saw. That one was actually the least interesting.
Really?
Sorry?
Okay.
Was she guilty?
I don't know. I wouldn't say so. I think the law was misapplied in her case.
Was it based on like a true story or something? Or
Yeah. It really happened in Ontario. She was, so people don't realize this. Witchcraft is a very difficult thing to interpret. So how do you interpret someone who says she's a Christian?
Oh, is it glitching up?
But Jesus just tells her
What's happening? Some witchcraft.
It's all witchcraft.
I know. You can't talk about it.
David is a witch.
Probably because he believes in the
Burn
Trinity.
him!
What happened to you? Oh, wow. David is a witch.
You roboted on us, so we didn't hear what you said.
That was quite terrifying. It was slower and slower until he just... Oh, he's coming back. Maybe if I burn some more sage.
David, turn off your video.
Oh.
Oh, or just leave.
Oh, they got him. The last witch in Ontario. Oh well.
That's all, folks.
I guess we can end it here then. Yeah. It was good to see David. I don't know. That short bit. Hopefully, I'll be able to join in on his Bible study Thursday. Right? Thursday. Or is it Wednesday? What? It's Thursday, right? Thursday.
I was reading the comments. It's very distracting. I don't know
The
how
comments,
you guys do
yeah,
this.
it is kind of
It's
hard
like
sometimes to keep up with it. You get used to it a little bit. Yeah.
I kind of ignore the comments when I want to.
Yeah, I do that too sometimes. Sometimes I keep up with them. No.
They're not actual people. They're on the internet.
Sometimes they're extremely interesting. When we did that last Bible study, I got to join when Hezi and Yosef got in, and you got in there too at the end. Those comments on the side, I was like, what are they talking about? There was all sorts of like weird esoteric stuff, I guess. I had no idea what they were saying, but it was really interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check out that verse we were talking about with Lilith and stuff in Genesis.
Wait, in Genesis, but it was in Isaiah, right?
Yeah, but like the verse, like
the 34 was talking about
the connection he was making. David, try turning off your video. That might fix it. The connection he was making to the verse in Genesis, like it's really strictly in the Hebrew. I don't know that it could translate.
Well, you can try to translate it for us.
Yeah, we have to.
There are certain things like you can't translate. Oh, this word sounds like this word.
You know who could do it? Paul of Tarsus.
Paul of Tarsus?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he probably couldn't because he never knew Hebrew.
He never knew Hebrew. We were reading some of that yesterday. Can I tell him what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. She said, clearly Paul's a narcissist, but I still believe it's a scripture.
I mean,
I completely agree with you. I'm reading the letters of Paul, and he keeps on saying, "I'm not lying. I'm not lying." All I can think of is, why are you constantly telling us you're not lying if you're not lying?
Yeah, it was fun. We were at the cabin. We were just reading through First Corinthians, and it was one part where Paul's like, "What did he say?" He said something, and he's writing. He's like, he's like, "I'm not going to boast about myself, but I am going to boast about myself." And I think I have the Spirit of God.
Try to want to be like me.
Yeah. And then be like me, and then he says, "And if anyone's ignorant, just let him be ignorant."
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have the Spirit of God, so you can listen to me. Okay.
Honestly, this Paul guy,
I like it though. I still think it's inspired.
The more I dislike him.
Yeah, well.
Wait, the more you what? The more you what?
The more I read Paul, the more I dislike him.
Dislike him. Okay.
We both agreed that we do still think it's inspired scripture, and I do still like Paul, but I will say, like,
all of us on this stream all agree that it's inspired scripture. All of us.
All of us. Every last one.
Especially because this is Jason's branding right now, so yeah, we can. I'm Jacob's kid. But yeah, but it is. I will say, when I do read Paul now, it's always Jacob's voice is in the back of my head now, and I'm like, I can hear how Jacob would read this, and I'm like, it does sound. It's pretty. Yeah, I don't know.
He's a horrible person.
So David.
Hi guys. Hello.
Hey. So you were telling us about the witch that you murdered.
I did not murder the witch. So the last case of witchcraft in Ontario, which is the province I live in, she went to jail in 1919. So much more recent than you would imagine.
Wow.
But the laws that existed, its intention was actually to bring to justice people who knew that they didn't have miraculous powers selling that ability. So she's a woman who actually believed that someone would lose a ring and Jesus would tell her, "Oh yeah, this is where you're going to find it." And then the person would find it in exactly the place that she would say. And they would give her like a couple of cents. And then she just said it was
the woman that loses the coin and all that stuff. And she
yeah. But she would just get a couple of cents for it. And she thought that this was a gift that God gave her. But people were like, "You're not allowed to be doing this." So she gets fined for witchcraft.
And they burn her at the stake?
No. This was the time.
You said 1990?
1919.
1919. Okay. That's nice.
That's pretty recent. But on the other hand, it's in Canada, so what do you expect?
It's true. We're insane over here. And honestly, I to some extent I support that law. Like if we knew that they knew they were lying to people, but then I guess that should also apply to like if a rabbi actually didn't believe, or if a Christian minister was telling people what to do based on the Holy Spirit and we know that they're a shyster. Like this is the real problem, is how do you distinguish witchcraft from just religion? What laws should exist around it?
Yeah, it gets very tricky. That's what I was saying earlier. That's why I'm so interested was the wrong word, but intrigued, I guess, by the whole topic of it. Because growing up in charismatic Christianity, I'm like, a lot of it seems eerily similar. A lot of the practices and traditions and rituals. Yeah, if you have any sort of religious ritual, it can start to look like magic pretty quick. And I don't know that I really don't know that it's that much different.
Right.
But because I was talking to, I mean,
like in the Torah, if you think that your wife may have been unjust.
Yeah.
You make her drink a potion.
Yeah, we
Problem
just
solved.
read that too. Yeah, because we got
Yeah.
rid of head covering parts and
Yeah.
where Paul was talking about head coverings, and then we went and read the. Yeah, you can make her
Yeah.
drink the holy water.
Yeah.
Yeah. Problem solved.
Easy.
Yeah.
Is Jacob frozen, or is he just making that? Okay, you just don't have a
Look,
comment.
I am frozen. My internet is really bad right now. For Sherry, just so you know, it was the Blythe Festival. Blythe is much better than Stratford. Stratford is political gobbledygook at this point. Sorry, these are two theater towns in Ontario.
Oh yeah, the other thing too, we needed to talk sometime about the Rebecca thing, because I know you brought up a bunch of stuff about the name Rebecca and all the ideas you had around that. But we don't have to do that now. We can do that some other time.
Yeah, that'd be great. I don't have a
That's
lot
interesting.
on the name. Jacob could probably make more comments on the name, Rebecca.
What name?
Rivka.
What are you doing
Rivka.
over there?
Rivka? Like,
Mhm.
what do I know about the
Very
name?
distracted.
Well, if
David was
if they
kidding
want
me.
to talk
Does the Bible
Hebrew
actually say
etymology,
what Rivka's name comes from? I mean, I have an aunt, Rivka, who makes really good Luxenkugel, but other than that,
Makes what? What is that? Is it saffron
Luxenkugel,
stew?
noodle kugel. It's like
You don't know what election cool is?
No, I have no idea. Should I
you
know?
never had Luxenkugel. Here, let me
I'm an
find.
uncultured buffo. I
Let
don't know
me
what
find
this
a
Sphinx word is.
picture of Luxenkugel for you.
Are these real words that Sherry's talking about here? I don't know what these are either.
Sweet Luxenkugel. There you go.
That looks delightful.
Mhm.
Jewish noodle pudding.
A Jewish
Noodle
noodle
pudding.
So Luxenkugel
With
is
potato?
noodle kugel. Yeah.
Well,
Yerushalmi kugel has lots of
I try to stay away from anything.
has lots of
with
cinnamon in
noodle in it.
But the name Rebecca in the Bible.
Well, David was talking about all sorts of stuff too about the two nations and everything, but it seemed like it was a
Yeah, it's
worth
more what
its
she
own.
represents. And I
Yeah.
I find I love I always call them yogurt, because one of the ways you could translate Laban is yogurt. So
Oh, yeah,
I particularly like that as like, and then yogurt showed up. But so yogurt, her brother, that whole family, they have a characteristic, and sometimes that characteristic is good and sometimes it's bad. And so Rebecca she's got a little bit of that trickery in her.
A little bit.
And her favorite child has it too. Love that aspect.
Yeah.
It's something that bothers me so much in the story, because Laban is, when Jacob gets Jacobed by Laban, by yogurt. I think it's him dealing with himself. It's like you come into contact, and we do this all the time with our family. You come into contact with your family with a less healthy version of yourself. It's like, yeah.
Yeah. We'll have to do that on give it its own stream or something some point.
Yeah.
We got a lot of those, and we got to do the Gilgamesh one. I'm looking forward to that a bunch.
Gilgamesh is coming up soon. The 6th.
Yeah.
Did we say the 14th?
I don't know. It was
or
either the
something?
14th. It was the 14th or the 16th, and I think it was the 14th. I think you said 13th or 14th, and I think we picked.
Yes,
14th.
13th or 14th. That's when we're going to talk about the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Yeah. Sweet. Cool. Well, I might hop off here, unless would you want to stick around? I mean, you haven't been here as long.
I mean, this has been 4 hours.
I know. It's almost 4 hours. I've been sitting here.
The woman makes a very
I still
reasonable
have
point.
some.
I mean, I'm into it. Let's keep going.
She hasn't been here as long
Let's
as me.
keep going. I listened to the
All
whole
right,
thing.
let's keep going.
Do it
I'm going to drink this bang.
And then we're going to make
Who
all these
passes
kosher
out
treats
first?
as a group. What are you drinking?
Jacob,
What
is
is it?
liver? It's a Pepsi Bang. Oh, sorry, Bang.
Okay.
Is liver kosher? Can you eat
Liver can be kosher. you have to grill it because there's so much blood in it. You can't cook it without grilling it.
Oh. So you can't fry it in the pan.
Yep.
What about dehydrated in forms of dog treats? Would this be kosher?
I'm not sure it's a good idea for human beings to eat dog treats.
It's just
It
liver.
can't be worse than our own food.
Yeah, it's just
That's
dehydrated
just liver.
It
That's
can?
fine.
Are you sure about that?
I don't know. I've heard
It's
also
probably
preservative.
it's exceptionally
Yeah.
good for
Is
you.
it?
They
Is it worse
say
than
there's a
this?
whole bunch
I mean, it's
of
probably better than this.
yeah, there's a whole bunch of vitamins that people don't get because we don't eat as much organ meat as people used to eat.
Bingo.
So eating things like that, like you don't. There was there was someone who survived off of only cow. If you do the carnivore diet, you have to eat organ meat. But if you do, you don't need like any vitamin supplements. Just crazy.
Mm-hmm. That's yeah.
Dog eat dog food. Wow.
John told
They
you
love-
don't eat dog food.
Well, God commends the dog, if I remember right, in the book of Joshua, right? So he has a different spirit in him. He follows God fully. Caleb.
Mhm.
Dog eat dog food.
All heart.
Look at
Why?
because
Why?
he saw me eat the dog treats earlier, and now he's seeing you eat them. So that's why he's saying that.
So I guess I'm never going to talk to Elijah again. He prefers potato kugel to Luxon kugel.
Oh, can you hear us? I don't know what happened.
Let's just plug these in. It seems more dependable.
Vicious battles between the tribes of Israel, right here.
Yes, Luxon kugel is definitely better than potato kugel. I don't know how anybody could believe anything different.
Mm-hmm.
Is it working now? Can you hear us?
We can hear you.
I can hear you great.
Yeah, we've been hearing you, watching you. Yeah.
Could
Oh,
you
I
hear
know.
us
It said
before?
it popped up on my screen. It said the mic was unplugged, and then it
Oh.
said down there I was muted. So I don't know what happened.
We could hear you.
You heard everything? Oh my god!
We heard everything. Everything.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
It was just bags and eating
butt.
liver. How is the liver? You guys seem to be really enjoying it. You
It's
guys are
actually
eating
really
it like
good.
chips.
It's just
super-
like
yeah.
dehydrated dog treats. Like it really is.
It's
But
sold as dog treats.
It's
but
sold as dog treats, but it's only beef liver.
It's just pure. It's just food.
And it's very crunchy.
Yeah.
and very
Well,
delicious.
in multiple societies and also among animals, it's like the alpha dog is the one who gets to eat the liver, right? Like that's the position of honor, is to eat the liver.
Yeah.
I knew someone, and they were a missionary in Papua New Guinea, and they gave someone chocolate, and the guy tasted it, and all the other tribal dudes were like, "What does it taste like?" And the guy says, "It tastes like pig liver." It's trying to describe how good chocolate was. He said,
Oh, okay.
like, yeah, how good is chocolate? It's like pig liver.
Okay, so apparently I'm not the first person to Google this. According to Google, the first part of this question was the second highest search query related to dog treats in May 2022 globally. Can humans eat dog treats, and what happens when they do? It was trending at 170% growth rate. A lot of people need to know this. If you are a curious kind of person, you might wonder why so many people are thinking about it, and you might also wonder about the answer. Disclaimer, we do not recommend people eat dog treats, although we do know of some people who do, and why they do so, but more on that later. Why would a human want to eat dog treats? I don't know, Jason. Why?
What else
I
are
like
you going to
liver.
do in Tennessee?
And I was
It's
walking
like a
by.
vitamin. It's just a vitamin.
It wasn't in the dog section, and so I was walking by. It was on the end of the aisle, and it caught my eye because I saw beef liver, and I was like,
You
I
like
love
liver.
beef liver. And then I was like, oh, it's dog treats.
You
And
sent me a
then-
picture of it.
Yeah, and then she said, well, it's only one ingredient. It says all natural beef liver, and so
Eat it.
Here we are.
Do you guys like liver separate from this? Is this your first
Yes.
experience?
Oh no, I like liver. Yeah, I've liked it for years. Yep. Do you?
I haven't actually done it. I want to try the organ
done
meat. I'm down for very gross things.
Like the psychedelic
though-
Very
experience.
gross. For the record, I wouldn't eat normal store-bought dog treats for fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't eat like the
These just because they're
cheese
just
flavored ones
or
or bacon flavored
Dog
ones.
food ingredients are often heated to extremely high levels to kill the bad stuff, but that can also wreck the nutrition, denature it. The vast majority of meat included in dog food is not for human consumption because it doesn't have the same health and safety standards. If it did, it would be a lot more expensive if it actually included any substantial amount of quality meat. All treats are not made equal.
But what are our standards though? Like I said, I'm drinking an energy drink over here.
yeah, but we have different.
It's probably pretty low standards. I mean, I would think. I don't know. I feel like these.
I think you're doing.
Beef liver treats.
I think you're doing a great
better than
job.
this energy drink, but
I watch a lot of food YouTube, and for like a pasta sauce, they recommended blending chicken liver, like just a little bit, to put it into a regular, like ground beef sauce, because it just makes it taste meatier. Or like put it in, even if the people don't like liver, they won't notice.
Chicken liver.
I'm kind of curious about the chat over here too. Apparently, Matthew Parlato got in a tiff with T-Grog. Did this happen on a stream? I didn't catch this. You should get in here and talk about it.
I have no idea.
Okay. Have you've interacted with T-Grog? I know, Jacob. Have you interacted with him, David?
Yeah, he's rude, disrespectful, disingenuous, unimpressive, and very outdated as goes his rhetoric. I will only agree to him being outdated. I think he's actually very smart. I don't think he's disingenuous. I don't think he's disrespectful. He's no more rude than I am.
It is bizarre, that conversation between you and T-Grog. How did I describe it? Was watching someone who was a time traveler, but only from 2005.
Yes, that is definitely how it felt like. Like he was
Where it's just like
years behind on the
book
we were having.
Yeah, the book God Is Not Great was just released. He just read it. He has not heard any responses to it, and you're just like, really? Still? It's like when you see someone with acoustic guitar and they're still playing "Hey There, Delilah." You're just like, still?
Oh my!
Still?
No.
Okay.
Man, I like that song.
Oh no, really?
Yeah,
Did you
yeah.
like
It's
I liked it when it came out.
gosh,
it's great.
You don't
Yeah,
like that song anymore.
We can't be friends anymore.
we can
it's
be
great, but if someone is still
I
playing
believe
it,
in
it's just
forgiveness,
like,
you know.
yeah. Like one time I was running and someone yelled at me, "Run, Forrest, run." And I stopped dead, looked him in the eye, and just went, "That movie came out 30 years ago. You need more recent references." And he was so ashamed. But he was making fun of me. So whatever.
You got to update your material.
Yeah. So it's not even, you could be someone very, very smart from the year 2005. The confusing part is like, how did you get here?
How did you get here?
Yeah, if you're going to time travel, do something more significant. Like, what are you doing?
Sherry says you're on target. I think that's good.
I mean, so after he watched the discussion I had with T-Grog, Trey, here? I'll find what he actually used the Tetragrammaton on my thing. I finally understand why, and he used the J word, did not eliminate boomers sooner. It is to teach the youth of what they should fear becoming. You understand what he's saying there?
No, what is that?
He was basically saying that boomers, like, that T-Grog was being very boomerish.
Right.
Okay, they froze in the cutest little thing.
That's a great freezing. That's a great
Yeah,
freezing.
it was a great freeze. They were looking at each other. It was so cute.
Yeah, there it is again. There was, you guys, your screens are glitching, but only when there's great longing.
Oh, that's good. I was saying how I hope we froze in very, you know,
I think
that it looks
almost
nice.
frozen in their happiness.
1 second.
They're just way too adorable. David, how come your wife never comes on stream?
She's oftentimes asleep when when I stream is based on the idea that I want to use the internet, and so I will either do it basically on my lunch break or after my wife goes to bed. We've talked about doing some streaming.
So,
because Luke will get mad.
There was a while when I was doing conversations with couples, and I did one with Michael Sartori and his wife, and Chris Pacow and his wife.
Yeah, I saw that one.
With Eamon and Catherine Wilson.
Yeah.
I should do a conversation with you and your wife.
I think that might be fun. I think she'd be partially interested.
Partially interested.
That sounds promising.
She might tune out after a while.
Yeah. No, I don't know. She doesn't watch my videos. She hears me talk about the Bible often enough. Yeah, we have Bible study together. So which I lead. So
you have a house church.
I had a Bible study that started in the middle of COVID, essentially, where it's because churches weren't willing to meet. And I had a group of people that were like, yeah, this is important enough for me that even if they tell me I'm not allowed to, I'll get in trouble. Sure.
That's cool. And it's still going?
Shows what some of your standards are.
You rebel, you having a Bible study.
I know. Horrible.
Is it still going? Are you still
Yeah. We've gotten through a lot more Bible. We did all of Genesis. Exodus I had already done a couple of times because, sorry, Jacob, I led them in a Passover. Plug your ears. And then I did, since then, it took 2 years to get through Genesis. We were very in depth. And then after that, we did the stories from a children's Bible, the most famous. If you know any story from 1 Samuel, it would be this. So we talked about Samson when going through Judges, talked about David and Goliath, that kind of stuff.
Joseph, and that would be fun to do that.
Yeah. So we did just a light sampling of the Old Testament. Oh, sorry, Hebrew Bible. And then we did all of the Gospel of Mark, which I think is Jacob's second favorite gospel. Is that right?
Yeah, after the Gospel of Thomas, sure.
Have you read the Gospel of Thomas?
I think the Gospel
what did you think about it?
Earlier, I think it's earlier than the Gospel of Mark.
Do you like it? A lot of times it's included in the Gnostic Gospels, and I think that's the complaint with it, is it seems like Gnosticism or something.
It's the very last saying in it is Gnostic. Other than that,
what's the last saying?
I will make her male, for any woman who makes herself male may enter the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, I think, okay. I didn't know if that was the last one. I remember reading that one, though.
Yeah, the last one's kind of weird. Other than that, I think it's probably more historical and true than the other Gospels.
Do you want people to take you seriously, Jacob? You can't be doing that if you want people to take you seriously.
Well, it avoids.
People can take me however they like. I'm just telling them what I think.
The Gospel of Thomas is just like a bunch of his sayings. So, from what I remember,
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. It's a sayings
a
gospel.
historical.
Which is
Yeah,
what makes me think it's actually much more historically accurate than all the crayon I read in the other gospels.
Jacob, and I mean this seriously. Okay, you get rid of your nativity story from Matthew.
Good.
The majority of Matthew, Jesus is just a rabbi that fits perfectly in line with Talmudic logic. Correct?
This is true of all of the gospels.
Okay. Is this true of the Gospel of Thomas? Is that
Of
good
course,
Talmudic logic? Do you
yeah.
think?
Like the vast majority of the Gospel of Thomas is just the exact same stories as the other gospels. Like the vast majority of it is just stories included in the other gospel.
I remember reading it, and I don't remember having a lot to object to. But I don't remember. I only read it once, so I don't remember like really.
It's not very different from like I don't understand this Christian like dislike for the Gospel of Thomas. It seems very much like the other gospels to me.
Well, it's kind of like the Book of Enoch, right? I mean, there's parts of Christianity that really, well, I guess most of Christianity doesn't talk about the Gospel of Thomas, but there's some, the Book of Enoch, I feel like a lot of the growing up, it would have been a pretty taboo.
Well, we know there were multiple books called Thomas very early on, and they all had one thing in common. Anyone who wrote about Thomas said it was a forgery. Like we don't have a reference that's early of Thomas that doesn't say it's a forgery.
Right, but early Christianity was taken over by the disciples of Paul, so they didn't like Jesus.
So Jesus does not have a wife in the Gospel of Thomas. There is one reference where it literally says that Jesus and Mary would burn, and it's blank. And some people inserted the word kiss, that he would kiss her. So it's sometimes that was used by Dan Brown for the Da Vinci Code to say that they were making out in front of the other disciples. This made them uncomfortable. But this is also within cultural contexts where some people kiss to greet each other.
Wait, I just missed all that. Who was making out?
Jesus and Mary Magdalene, according to the Gospel of Thomas, if you take Dan Brown of the Da Vinci Code's interpretation.
Dan Brown of the Da Vinci Code may be the greatest biblical scholar of our time.
My word.
My word.
This is you at your trolliest, Jacob. Yeah.
Jacob would probably say if Jesus was a real Jew, he would have got her pregnant, right?
I am not of the opinion that Jesus was not married. It's possible he wasn't married, but I would be doubtful. Like, if
I believe the church is his bride.
Yeah, that's definitely, Christian theology and stuff, and it says that in a lot of the epistles. Does it actually say he wasn't married in the Gospels?
Look, if he actually was not married, I think that would be a source of controversy. Like, people would be like, who's this unmarried guy, like, preaching? Like, that's the fact that nobody comments on whether or not he's married makes me think he must have been married.
Huh. That's interesting. And yeah, I've never actually even thought about that and whether or not it actually says. That's always just been the assumption that he wasn't. Are there rabbis that you know of that have been respected, that have been single, or
like the Talmud talks about like individual rabbis who didn't get married and how that was a scandal, etc., etc. So it's like Have there been rabbis who didn't get married? Yes, they have existed in the history of the Jewish people. Is it a normal thing? No.
Huh.
Just going to disagree with Michael here. Joseph was married. Joseph was married.
You know, Cal, I was talking to Cal recently, and he told me he was reading some book that someone gave him, and they said that, I think it was a Catholic book, and there was a theory that Joseph and Mary got married, but then they both remained celibate. Like they just had a marriage where they didn't have sex their whole lives. I don't know why or where that stems from. But
Yeah, so Catholics, so they have this idea of a Josephite marriage where they got married, but they didn't have sex, which is really, really strange.
That's what an Orthodox priest told me too.
yeah, you've heard that. I'd never heard that before.
Yep.
I don't see the need to go there.
No, we don't have to go there. I just had never heard that before. Yeah.
Yeah, they
Well,
have this
and
idea
you
of
do
the
have people.
virginity of Mary.
You do also have examples like Jeremiah, where God specifically commands him not to be married.
Yeah, he did say that,
Right?
didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
What about
he's
that?
commanded. Yeah, you could be a Jew in good standing and be commanded to a life of celibacy.
Prophet, and God gives you a particular commandment. Like, that's not a normal, like, yes, there have been Jews who have not gotten married who weren't horrible people. Not many of them, but like, so this is like when Christians say Jesus fulfilled the law, my thing is the very first commandment in the book is be fruitful and multiply. Like, it's the very first commandment in the book.
I don't know anyone who's been more fruitful than him. I've met more descendants of him than anyone else.
You can figuratively metaphoricalize things away like that if you like. If that's convincing.
I do.
If you find that type of like metaphorical, I mean, as a Christian, I guess you kind of have to. Like, yeah, Jesus is alive. Sure.
Right. Sherry, what's your question? No one saw my question except Yon God. What was it?
It was John the Baptist
Uh,
married? Was
John,
that the question?
Was John the Baptist married? I don't know. I don't know what her question
Because I
was.
saw it and I was curious about that too. Was John the Baptist
Was John the Baptist married? Okay.
We don't have enough exterior stuff. I don't think the Mendias even say that he was.
Oh.
I don't think so. I don't think there's any reference to him being married. Even if you follow like these weird side stories.
Yon God said he was busy with his cult, I think. Cults take a lot of time to manage. It's like one wife, but times however many are in the cult. Math.
Tell me about it.
That's one of my favorite quotes from the show The Office. Is Creed is talking about a cult, and he's like, I've been in multiple cults, sometimes as a leader, sometimes as a follower. You make more money as a leader, but you have more fun as a follower.
I think Creed was one of the best characters in that show.
Yes, he is without a doubt the best in that show. Oh, Elijah and Elisha. Do you think, is there midrash on them having family?
The general assumption is that all prophets, unless specifically stated otherwise, were married.
But you just said, okay, so no mention, but there's a Mrs. Elijah somewhere.
That's the assumption. Yeah.
Okay. Did Mrs. Elijah have to start fires herself, or would her husband just call down fire from Hashem?
Miracles are not supposed to be like used frivolously. Didn't you hear my my explanation of Mark II?
Which
Mark II?
I
Mark
can
II
never
was,
remember which part of Mark II.
that was when you were talking about forgiveness, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, because the miracle he performed has a message behind it, has a meaning behind it. Yeah, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So he's not just doing it willy nilly.
Yeah, he's not willy-nilly like doing just. I mean, the Christian interpretation is he just goes around and just like heals some people and apparently not other people for no good reason.
Yeah. Well, there are verses where it says like a bunch of multitudes come to him and he heals all that come to him. But so that would maybe be the only counter argument, I guess. But yeah, most of them seem to have. I feel like if at least people were to take that approach that you do, a lot more could be gleaned out of it. If there's like a lot of purpose behind the miracle, and I think a lot of them seem somewhat obvious in that way. Like I feel like there's some in the Gospel of John that seem to be like pointing to some type of or hinting at some type of message behind the miracle, like healing the blind man, or the adulterous woman, like all of that stuff.
Well, a good number of them, their function seems to be related to revealing his divinity.
According to the crayon.
Yeah. Yeah. Jacob, I have a question. Why is Jesus appearing to Muslims in the Muslim world and having them convert to Christianity? Like,
okay, why is Krishna appearing to Hindus, and like why does any miracle happen? Like it's like
Krishna is related to Christ. Duh.
Must be. No, I mean it's like I have faith that God reveals himself to people as best as they in their situation can
Wait, but so a Muslim is better, it's better to have Jesus revealed to them than it would be for an image of
what? An image of Moses shows up, and what do they do?
No, not an image, but something that calls them to Judaism. Why do they keep on getting called to Christianity?
We don't believe that it is the like God wants most people to convert to Judaism. That's not like this is not how we view the world at all.
Well, I'm not saying to become Jews. I'm saying to
recognize the truth of Judaism.
Yeah.
In our belief, like somebody becoming a Christian is in fact God bringing them closer to Judaism.
Okay.
Like that's Maimonides says that.
Right.
Explicitly.
Yeah, but Maimonides had this it said that the Christians were worse than the Muslims, but that you could have conversations with them.
Look, I don't know what God's whole plan is for Christians / Muslims / everybody else. Obviously, like I've said this about, for example, Andrew Clavin converting to Christianity. I think Andrew Clavin, as a Christian, is closer to God than he was when he was a secular Jew. Like,
right.
It's like there are way worse things somebody can be than a Christian.
Oh my god.
What are they giggling about? There's something in that book.
I'm totally very distracted. We're probably going to get off here because we're both hungry, but Jacob read his children's book earlier, and this was actually sitting across the thing. I wrote this when I was like 8.
This is a very important book.
I was 7 years old when I wrote this, and it's a children's book called Baba White Sheep, and we're laughing because the end of it is pretty racy
It
at this
is.
point.
Well, the whole book is about a white sheep that
A white sheep that wants to be black. He wants to be the black sheep. So it
is
he goes
so
through
good.
I love
and
it.
turns all these
It's
different
so
colors. I
good.
could read you the end right now. He tripped and flew into the air and fell right into a puddle of mud. I don't know if you can see that. And so then here's the last pages. This is what I was laughing at.
Sorry, very off
When he got
topic.
out of the puddle of mud, he saw he was all black. Baba was so very happy. He ran home and told his mommy that he had turned black. She was happy for him, but when he went to school again and showed his friends, they were surprised. Then Baba knew how to always get black. Baba was now a happy Baba black sheep. The end. That's a children's book for you right there.
That's great. That's great. I wrote a children's book as well, so maybe we should do dueling children's book. I was in grade 8. It's called Anything But Broccoli. It's about this kid who didn't want to eat his broccoli.
Do you have?
I
And then
actually like broccoli.
and he has a broccoli themed dream, like nightmare.
That's amazing.
Yeah, where broccoli keeps on appearing. Yeah. I think I stand by this. I stand by this.
You stand by it?
The last, so, where is it? So the beginning of the book is he falls asleep, and when he eats too many cookies, and then he just every time he goes for something, like he goes to eat a cookie, and there's like broccoli that says "I'm hungry and I'm going to eat you," and he screams, "Oh no, anything but broccoli!" Runs to his dad, says, "Dad, there's this broccoli trying to eat me," and his dad lowers his newspaper, and his dad, it's just like a giant piece of broccoli. Screams,
That's
"No!"
terrifying.
Yeah. And the broccoli keeps on. It's like always a man eating broccoli.
Does it just end like that, or does he ever?
No. So he wakes up. Thanks to the Dalai Lama, a wise pig with close relations to the famous Dalai Lama.
This is amazing.
So this pig.
That should be a name of a restaurant, by the way. We should open a breakfast. Yeah.
Dalai Lama.
The
leads
Dalai
him.
Lama.
He has to go back to where it started, and then he wakes up, and it's dinner, and his mom puts a piece of broccoli in front of him, and he shouts out, "I'm hungry and I'm going to eat you," and just eats the broccoli. And then it says, and the moral of the story is, eat your vegetables before they eat you.
That's powerful.
Is the moral of the book.
That's well, on that note,
there were early signs that there would be problems.
Dalai Lama. That's pretty
the
close.
Dalai Lama, a wise pig with close. Every time his name appears, it says the Dalai Lama, and then in brackets, a wise pig with close relations to the famous Dalai Lama. And it happens like 50 times. People just keep on saying it. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Did you ever read The Stinky Cheese Man and Other Fairly Stupid Tales?
I did not know. That sounds wonderful.
It was this stupid set of not nursery rhymes, like fairy tales, but they all had like a twist on it where they were making fun of it. So instead of the gingerbread man that everyone's running after because he's delicious, it's the stinky cheese man, and no one wants to eat him.
Oh,
They're just very bizarre.
Did you read it? It sounds really familiar. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a very short one called The Princess and the Watermelon instead of The Princess and the Pea, where it's the princess and the pea. They have the rule, she has to be able to feel a pea, but the prince really likes her. So in the middle of the night, he puts a watermelon under her bed. And so she wakes up and she's like, I was terribly uncomfortable. It's like there was a watermelon under my bed. And so they're like, see, she's the princess because she could feel that underneath her. And then it just says, so they lived happily, though not entirely honestly, ever after. Like it's just an example of one of them.
Says David,
I don't
your
know if
book
it's good. It might be terrible.
reminds me of a Robert Munich book.
Robert Munch is a Canadian treasure. He wrote a whole lot of, without a doubt, Anything But Broccoli has a lot of pigs to it. If you guys have read the pigs one.
Nope, haven't.
Haven't
read it.
No. Well, fine.
What is IFS therapy? Could it be found on YouTube? Or I'm gonna sign off on that note. Good luck with that, guys.
Yeah.
Bye,
All
Jason.
right, I'm gonna out of here. See ya. Good
I think I'll
night.
end the stream unless you had something important to say, David.
I don't. I really don't. Except that IFS is witchcraft. IFS is witchcraft.
I am going to end this stream.